Apologize for that. With a brand new stream here on the Overanalyst channel. One moment. And I have, as you can see, we've moved about a bit. We're no longer... Hey MC, how's it going? Good afternoon or good evening. I hope you've had a great day so far. We're moving about a little bit. We're back at Hades Tower Flame because I had to invade one player and assist another cooperatively using my cracked red eye orbs and white soapstone to lay down a summon sign respectively. And just for PvP especially, I decided to take the Drangleic mail and gloves because they're just a little bit tougher than the really cool looking strayed armor that's honestly going to be better for us in the long run. And believe it or not, I had a really easy time. I'll show off some more of the multiplayer gameplay later on a bit, you know, closer to the end of my playthrough. We'll like go into each of the covenants and have a little bit of fun with what they can do. But I went to No Man's Wharf to invade because that's a great area with all of the Varangians hanging around, the ninjas, and like those dark lurker or dark stalker beasts. It was a great deal of fun. There was this guy who seemed to have a pretty solid build, but the poor person got like just destroyed by a ninja while I was just kind of idly standing around throwing hexes at them. I got what I needed though, and here I assisted this really great and friendly player with the old Dragon Slayer fight, which obviously if you go to Hades Tower of Flame and get summoned in, that's what you're going to be going for 90% of the time, because who in their right mind needs help with a Dragon Rider, right? You know what I mean? Or if they do, they just summon, I think, Masterless Glencore, the really tanky Zweihander guy that we summoned in for the Belfry Gargoyles. I think he has a summon sign over there. So, to show you what I got, invading a player and killing them earns a token of spite. Token recognizing that the owner has traveled worlds to defeat others. When used, you are more likely to summon invaders from other worlds for a period of time. Simply carrying these tokens shows the bitterness of the grudges the holder has accumulated. And the token of fidelity for helping someone. I prefer this one myself. Recognizing that the owner has traveled to other worlds to help others. When in other worlds, it can also be used to restore the master of the world's HP, but this is only a secondary effect of the item. Simply carrying these tokens shows the depth of the holder's fidelity. We want more of these than these, but we need both for where we're at right now. Did I ever show off the Skeleton Lord soul? No, we didn't. Soul of a Skeleton Lord who reigned from deep within the Huntsman's copse. The old Iron King commanded the capture of all undead, but those charged with the task were overcome by the curse. That would be the Skeleton Lords themselves. Now, we've got quite a lot to do, and first thing first, I want to get rid of this token of spite by heading over to the Undead Purgatory and handing it over to the leader of the Brotherhood of Blood Covenant. I think Titchy Grin is his name.
Welcome. Do you have a lust for blood?
We've certainly got the appropriate look for someone in the most sinister covenant in the game, don't we?
Yes, of course. Why else would you be here?
Also notice, he does not have a face. That isn't a mask or whatever, he just isn't entirely human, I don't think. So yeah, we pledge ourselves to Nar Alma, the god of blood.
Undead blood, like your own. It's not as easy as you think. What do you say? Join the Brotherhood of Blood?
Sure, why not? I need to join all of these suckers at one time or another.
That can hardly be the whole story. I want to hear what you really think. You want more than just a little blood. You want to be drenched in blood, mired in its foul stench.
These guys are a bit less morally ambiguous than the Dark Wraiths. They're just, like, deranged cultists. They give you some pretty good gear if you level the Covenant up far enough, though. And we get the Brotherhood of Blood insignia in the upper left. And I think they have a ring, too. I could be wrong.
I know. Fantastic. You're the best. Now you are a servant of Nar Alma.
Grand.
This crest of blood is yours.
And yep, we do get a Covenant ring.
Ah, another servant of blood is born. You will serve well. I just know you will. Well, how are we? Whatever you need, I've got it for you.
Yeah, so he does sell a couple things, including, oddly enough, the Skeleton Lord's armor set. For whatever reason, he's the only merchant in the game to offer that. We may pick that up in a bit. He gives us basically the dark version of the firebomb. A few pyromancies, actually, that I don't know you can get anywhere else. Since we're probably not going to be friendly with this Covenant very long, I'll go ahead and buy what we need. The Scythe, I don't think anybody else sells. The Skeleton Lord's armor set, just because it's cool. What is this? A delicate string ring that increases chances of being invaded. No thank you. And the pyromancies. Even if the fundamental pyromancy trainer sells them, it'll be a little while before we run into her. And I want to collect all the spells we can because they all have little bits of lore.
You know anything about tokens of spite? Well, you can fight other blood servants with them. I'll reward you if you win with red orbs. You know, a cracked red-eyed orb. Use them to visit other worlds and seek more blood. Tell me if you need anything else. I'm very generous. Anything to get you covered in blood.
Right. So, the way this Covenant works, and the Blue Sentinels work basically as an inversion, is you use your tokens of spite to go fight other Covenant members one-on-one in special battle arenas. Then, only if you win, you get a red eye orb that you can use one time to invade another player and get more tokens and so on and such. And I think you level up the Covenant just by killing other players. That's about it. But now, I don't know if he'll let us in as a member of the Brotherhood of Blood, but we're going to go try to talk to Blue Sentinel Targray to see if we can join his Covenant now, since we have absolutely no real allegiance to anything in this game save the Rat King. We're just trying to tick off boxes and collect gear here. We have the token of fidelity, so we should be good.
Transient be, you have obtained proof you are worthy of joining our
Oh, good.
order.
I really like his armor and arms set, by the way.
One of us, and are free to plant your roots in this garden of the gods.
They have the most beautiful headquarters out of every Covenant in the game.
Knight of the Blue. Rejoice and bask in your new honor.
Yeah, so the Blue Sentinels, a really cool Covenant all about protecting other players, i.e. the Blades of the Dark Moon, but again, less about punishing others who have invaded and killed other players time and again, but more about protecting those who are in the midst of being invaded, helping them survive. I think that's really cool.
Then you will hear the voices of the Blue Apostles. Listen for their cries of help and repel the malicious invaders. This is the proud work of the Knights of the Blue. The way they elevate themselves to a higher plane. I'll provide what you need. You may visit me at any time.
Right on.
Night, you may come to me, Targray, for help. We Knights of the Blue must rely upon one another to achieve our greater goal. Present your token of fidelity to test your strength against other knights.
He doesn't sell anything we can't find out. Well, no, he sells a couple miracles, okay. So, miracles it is. We'll take them. We will be able to use them at a certain point if we continue pursuing the Hexer's path, which we definitely should. Cracked blue eye orbs, very nice, used to defend other players. Let's check out those new rings we got. Crest of Blood. This ring is nothing special. Perhaps in the end an oath is but a window into the ambitions of the oath-taker. If you've taken this oath, then you know what you want, to be soaked in the blood of your kind. And, we have the Guardian Seal as well. Join this covenant and wear this ring to be automatically summoned to the worlds of blue apostles who have been invaded by dark spirits. The ring is engraved with the crest of the Way of Blue, symbolizing the dignified oath to protect each world's master from dark spirits. Did I never collect any of this during my playthrough? I had to have. Oh, well, there's a bunch of human effigies and a life gem, so... You know, neat. We'll take them. The effigies in particular are going to be really useful. Now if we round them back on down to the basement to that bonfire, we'll get back to good old Harvest Valley, the world's most... like, supermarket food brand sound and location in history. But first, we've got a couple more little housekeeping items to take care of. We're gonna pop back on over to Things Betwixt, because as it happens, we have plenty of items that serve no real purpose other than to trade to the crows. And I want to see what they'll give us. First off, can we earn the special weapon from Mirabeth yet?
The old women assist long ago, but now...
This is all what she said before. Not yet. Okay. How many branches do we have? Just the one. Can't waste it on that petrified dude then. Not yet. So here's how this works. We've got, I think, 3 different items we can trade. The smooth and silky stones, and then the petrified something. So we can use these stones to restore HP. I don't know why you would, it's not much. And, what we can do is leave one of them in the nest. And they replace it with items. In this case, we got a really lucky draw. The Channeler's Trident from the first game. This is, I think, the only way in the entire game you can get it, normally. Looks as cool as ever, and guess what its special attack is? Yeah! We could perform the buff dance ourselves, and it looks as glorious as ever. It's actually a really cool weapon, but we're not done yet. We've got a few more draws at the good old crow slots. So we're going to... Yep. What's this worth? Bolt Stone, an upgrade item that'll allow you to transform a regular weapon into a lightning weapon. Situationally useful, I guess. They can drop more or less every upgrade material in the game, I think. Just a Titanite shard, meh. A Divine Blessing, okay, that's a pretty good healing item. And of course, the rarer the item you leave behind, like, the greater the chance of them giving you something really good. Titanite Chunk, we can upgrade the rapier again with that, but we're not gonna just yet, because, friends, we are really close to getting the weapon I usually make it through most of the game with. Bleed Stone should be self-evident what that does. Gives us a nice bleeding weapon if we are so inclined. The regular smooth and silky stone, what does this grant us? Cracked red eye orb, alright. And finally the petrified something. Which gets us the Demon's Great Hammer from the first game, so the Asylum Demon's weapon. I think. Yep, there it is. Great hammer made of unknown materials. Perhaps it's stone or even wood. The origins of its name are unclear. Its tremendous weight suggests that it was never intended for humans. Perhaps it was an offering to the demons that appear in legend. So we will now want to head back to Majula, because we have an Estus shard to turn in, some bone ash to burn to strengthen the Estus flask potency a little bit further, and on top of all of that, we've got enough souls in our back pocket to earn us a few levels, probably. Want to keep working on that intelligence, and stamina would probably be really good now, along with faith, eventually. Because again, we're going to want to cast hexes, and you need quite a bit of intelligence and faith to use them properly. So let's go ahead and pop these. Fading souls are worth next to nothing. The rest of these got some juice. Oh, maybe we could also have used the, like, little glowing prism stones for, like, crow slots, but not worth it.
Is that here to seal, however?
Yep, we'll go ahead and upgrade our flask. Thank you very much. We've been needing an additional charge for a while. That is all of our shards, right? Yes. Bone dust, always a big help. Now with that done, let's see how many levels we can get. Probably just a couple at this point, but... yeah, 3. Almost 4. Almost 4. Dexterity's good. Probably gonna want... how about 2 in stamina? Or no, 2 in intelligence, 1 in stamina. That sounds right. Now then. I forgot as well, there is actually a little bit of loot we missed in the Forest of the Giants because it's just such a huge area. Turns out that soldier's key we got by defeating the last giant that ended up taking us to the pursuer boss room also unlocks a few other doors, like down in this kind of hub area down here. You may also notice I swapped out Soul Arrow, or the Soul Arrow variant we had, for the Dark Orb, which is friggin' awesome. You get 20 casts of it per rest, which is pretty good by default. For instance, we should be able to open this door and get like a little shortcut for ourselves. Or no, this isn't a shortcut, this is a brand new area, that's right. The Grand Lance is out here, think like a massive spear. One of the Cyan Knights guarding a special door will need King Vendrick's permission, so to speak, to enter. Yeah, produce the symbol of the king. But we can take down the king's guard right quick. I really like the design of the Cyan Knights. They're not terribly difficult, but they are tanky. And we will reach a point in the game where there are way more common enemies. So the king's locked something up back there, apparently. Some amber herbs. Let's check out that weapon we got, though, the lance. A lance fashioned from rare Guy steel, designed for high-ranking Drangleic knights, hence the decorative design. Guy steel equipment is of the finest make, but it's so rare that very few of these weapons were actually used in combat. And Jesus, would you look at this thing, just the size of it. Lances are actually a distinct weapon type from Sorry, just wanted to try out my Dragon Rider Twin Blade while we were out here. From, spears. They have a distinct moveset and properties and all of that. This game also introduced a lot of brand new weapon types, believe it or not. MC says big poke stick? Yeah, exactly. The Ring of Restoration and some torches, huh? It's a really good weapon for what it is, or lances in general are. They're just kind of cumbersome. Think spears for the strength set. Or no, this is just the Twin Blade. This is the Dragon Rider Twin Blade. My bad. Check that out. This is what boss soul weapons look like. Always really imposing, always really cool. Often of somewhat ambiguous utility, but damn if they don't look awesome. Let's get our tiny slash stick back out and investigate a bit more, because I think there's one more door our soldier's key should be able to open. Nothing over here, is there? No. A large leather shield and a life gem. Yeah, see, this whole area is just crawling with goodies. No illusory walls, right? I think it was, yeah, over in here. Remember there was a locked door just before the exterior area where that guy's ragdoll glitched out and he kept falling from the sky over and over again? There was this locked door over here that I think we might be able to open now. Yeah. You can access a special area through here. Doesn't have much to offer aside from some loot. We can summon a spellcaster named Alphys here, but don't really need to at this level, or shouldn't need to, I should say. Black fire bombs and homeward bones, okay. Good to have. Oh, skeletons. I don't think they were here in the original. I think instead it was just some more Drang-like soldiers. Good news about skeletons is, in addition to being quite a bit weaker in this game, they take just as long to put themselves together. More torches, thank you. We'll get a bonfire before long that we can use to hit all of these. So yeah, welcome to this special little side area. If I'm correct, we will be invaded by an NPC somewhere around here. This area is home to, like, a massive cadre of ironclad knights. The old steel knights, or old iron knights. As you'd imagine, they, don't really play around. I think there were more of them in the original, but I could be wrong. Human effigy? This guy drop a life gem or something? Throw a knife. Alright. Oh yeah, there were definitely more of the old ironclads in the original, which I'm not going to complain about. There's more of them earlier on now. And darkness just messes these guys right on up. Gauntlets. We now have, because I picked up some leggings on my way to engage in jolly cooperation. We picked up leggings, gauntlets, and now the helm. We're only missing the armor, and we'll have the entire old ironclad set. Which, again, is very heavy, but for, like, early mid-game, it's very, very good. If you're going for, like, a big tanky strength build. Oh, here they are. I knew there were more of you. Oh, some of these are explosives. Let's be careful now. Hello? You gonna... Just assaulting you with unfathomable eldritch energies from a distance. You gonna do anything? Okay. Bastard sword, pretty basic, relatively accessible two-hander once again. Not for us, but cool for some folks. Some cash and red-eye orbs. Always good finds. Ah, and the basic whip. I think we already have, like, the spiked one from one of the, undead torturers. But, this is where you can find the basic model. Anything in here? No? This is the other side of that portcullis, if you recall, we could see from the garden. I think we should be invaded by that NPC before too long. If he's still here. Yep, Armorer Dennis. Now he's actually a spellcat. Well, he's very similarly equipped to us, actually. He's got better poise than I do, by a hair. But he's not that durable. Now, if we were to come here when we just first earned that soldier's key, he would be pretty tough. Thankfully, we're a bit tougher. Earned a human effigy. Good stuff. And a bonfire. Now, before we touch this bonfire and teleport ourselves right on out of here... By the way, we still don't have everything here, and won't for a good while. Going to collect whatever's in this chest. Oh, it's the leather set that, is pretty close to, I think, like, just what the basic hunter ranged class started with in the first game. Is the hunter's hat just, Faris's hat again? Yes, it is. While we're at it, hold on, I kind of want to try out something, the Bone King stuff. The Skeleton Lord set has really high dark defense, as you'd imagine. The very men who were ordered to hunt down the undead were themselves hollowed and founded a kingdom of bone. The old Iron King led his best men on undead hunts, but their memories were purged in rebirth. This stuff is somehow better against physical attacks. This, like, tattered, like, kind of ugly-looking robe is more resilient than the black, robe set, and I don't understand that at all. It looks pretty cool, though. It would look cooler on, like, a more imposing-looking, like, hollowed character, but still. I think we'll stick with Strayed's set for now. Just a bit better for somebody who's going to be casting a lot, as we will. And I don't know why, but, like, all of these bonfires act as if we burned human effigies in them, which greatly reduces the likelihood of being summoned to cooperate or being invaded. I have no idea why. That must be what these little orange borders are for. Yeah, I don't get it. But now we've done enough that we can safely continue on to Harvest Valley. Which I swear sounds like a line of, again, frozen meals or vegetables or something. Oh wait, no, sorry. I'm sorry. There is one more thing we have to do. We're going to head to the Huntsman's Copse, and we're going to talk to Falcon, the Hexer, to get a much better variant of magic weapon. Dark Weapon, which is one of my favorite spells in the entire series. It's nothing really extravagant, just a nice dark damage buff to your weapon, but it's pretty versatile. MC says it's the areas with the most PvP. That's what the orange box means. Oh, I had no idea. Thanks for that, man. Yeah, that's interesting. We'll go ahead and pick up Resonant Weapon, which, if your faith is high enough, allows you to temporarily convert souls into attack power. We'll also get the Chaos Rapier, because we'll be able to use it properly before long.
Come again.
Wait, no, maybe he'll give us something?
They will want.
No, not yet. Maybe I could buy one more thing from you, huh? Well, I'll take your collection of Dark Orb spells. Gives us additional, like 20 additional charges if we attune them. I do not want the human effigies effect, thank you very much. Harvest Valley probably has a fair amount of co-op due to the fact that it is home to yet another Covenant. They're giving them to us fast and furious right now. We'll replace this with Dark Weapon. Oh, we don't have enough faith to use Dark Weapon? Well, poo. We will before long, though. Just trust me on that. We need to get through one more area and then we can. So the thing with Harvest Valley is poison. Specifically, like, poison pools and poison sludge. Everywhere. And it takes a good while to wear off. This, though, is a very useful merchant.
I'm Cloanne, an ore-stone trader. I travel about collecting rare stones, which I sell to make my living. I never planned to visit this god's-forsaken place.
Yeah, we're gonna get poisoned due to the residual slime. That's not great.
I must have just wandered in. But now that I'm here, I've been scouting around for rare bits. Oh, don't look at me like that. Many of these stones are quite useful. For instance, certain stones...
So she sells special types of Titanite and upgrade stones.
Now your ears prick up. I've extras if you can pay.
This is Lenegrest's daughter. You know, the one he talked about that just ran off somewhere? She sells, of all things, a miracle and a really, really powerful hex called Dead Again, which causes any, like, corpses enemies have left behind nearby to spontaneously combust. It's situational but really cool. Hey Maisie, how are you? It's good to see you. It's been a good while. So glad you're here. But unfortunately we can't afford any of her stuff quite yet.
The place is nothing like I was told. All this poison, you can't get very far inside. Don't just go haplessly wandering about. No interest. Suit yourself.
Maisie says, I'm good. Yourself? Glad to hear it. I've been doing quite well. Thank you very much. Enjoying sharing some of my favorite games of all time with the stream as of late, including this, my favorite entry in the Soul series. And just keeping happy and healthy best I can during these trying times, you know what I mean? So our goal, obviously, is that kind of ruined, very... almost Burton-esque looking castle over there. That is the Earthen Peak, and I absolutely love its aesthetics. The, like, cages surrounded by flocks of, maybe crows or carrion eaters, like, hanging all around the exterior. The tattered scraps looks almost like burlap or something like that, hanging along these strings that seem to be connected to nothing, and windmills of very questionable purpose just all along it. Very, very beautiful. And an area we're kind of going to have to get to before we can explore a lot of this one, because something up in Earthen Peak is responsible for the dissemination of a lot of the poison in this area. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And we can clear a good bit of it out by, well, clearing out the fortress. Not much we can do here, though. We're just going to have to take the poison on the chin. We don't have the poison bite ring, do we? No, we do not. We do have a ring that gradually restores HP, though. That's tempting. come on. Oh wait, no, we do have the poison moss that cures our poison. Okay, we've got plenty of it from those moths in the Huntsman's Copse, right? So let's throw that into a quick slot. Now, thankfully, next to nothing in this area as far as, like, enemies pose any real threat. These guys accepted. These are the undead overseers. And they are actually quite powerful hexers, of all things. They do have very strong physical attacks. But it's those hexes you've really got to look out for. It's okay if we get poisoned, I can take it. We got the moss. Come on. This is a very short area, though, so no worries about being in actual danger here. Oh, well, that's all just garbage. These, like, totally withered hollows are giving us, various upgrade materials, which is nice. I guess they really want you to make use of MacDuff services at this point in the game. Which, again, that's totally fine for some people's playstyles. Not really for mine unless there's something I really, really want to craft. Oh! These people are here already. Typically, these desert pyromancers can only be found in the Iron Key, or, the Earthen Peak. Here, they're a bit more dangerous. They deal insane amounts of damage, but physically are among the weaker enemies in the game, thank God. Because they can do things like that. We got their hood. They actually do have an entire armor set, and I think it's got, like, some kind of special resistance associated with it. Regardless, priority 1 should be silencing the pyromancers. And raising this little portcullis, which should get us closer to the castle by just a bit. There's a couple, like, stone walls around here that you specifically have to, like, trick the Overseer's mounts into destroying. That's always a nerve-wracking time for me. What's up here? Oh, a bunch of hexing urns. That'd be great if most of the enemies in and around Earthen Peak didn't have some of that very rare dark resistance. Oh, he's dead. He just glitched out. Okay. Okay, that's fair. See, we're already practically to Earthen Peak. And to a midway bonfire. They are pretty generous in this game. With your checkpoints. I do appreciate that. They're nowhere near as few and far between as they were in Dark Souls 1, but I also feel like the areas, because they're denser, they have more combat encounters, more treasure, more things like that. You kind of need more of them. There's a bunch of Titanite lizards here. They will almost always get away from me, because there's a bunch of these holes in the ground that they can fall into, and I'm pretty bad at chasing them. That is a massive, like, treasure dungeon filled with poison. Or, yeah, you can see holes, like, plugged up, but I think they're still there. Look who it is. It's some huntsmen. A lot of huntsmen, as it happens. Oh, that's a bad idea. Oh, that's a real bad look. How do you guys feel about the dark? So, this is not the best scenario to find oneself in. No, 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 no. Don't try to knock their non-existent shields away. That's a bad idea. Ooh. Now, since your pathfinding seems to be terrible, I will happily waste all my dark orbs cutting a couple of you down. There we go. That's made this a sight more manageable. That's the attack I was hoping they would use this entire time, the one that gets their sickles stuck in the ground. Kudos to the undead-like laborer, like, doing his best to help them out. I think these were more the old Iron King slaves just sent to work here. Again, no real moral ambiguity surrounding the king. He was, and still kind of is, a terrible, terrible person. Oh, secret passage, or the way out, I suppose. There's more to get back there, so we're not doing anything quite yet. Petrified something, more stuff for crow slots. What do we have here? Upgrade materials. That makes sense. This entire area is like a ruined quarry. Simpleton Spice. Reduce the intelligence requirement for one spell by 1 point. Has its uses. Handful of life gems. Don't mind if I do. One more little area to check out before we head back that way. Any gear, anything like that? No, just a skeptic spice. See the simpleton spice, but with faith. So this is the most difficult area in the entire zone to clear out, so we've done pretty well for ourselves. This takes you to, I'm pretty sure, the giant toxin pit, or that might actually be a bottomless pit. I'm not entirely sure which. That is an undead enforcer. But if you'll notice, there's another giant wooden wall just behind him that we're going to need to get his unintentional cooperation to bust open. Ow. Come on. Jeez! Alright, come on. Into the wall. Into the wall. Into the wall. No, that's away from the wall. Oh geez, just the blast radius on that's insane. There we go. Well, your services are no longer required. Ow. See, there were way more of these guys in the original as well. Like, the pyromancers weren't here, I don't know about the huntsmen. I'll definitely say I don't think as many of them were here, if they were. But there were more overseers. The Old Knight's Pike and Great Shield. Very nice. And more stuff for crow slots. Nice. Very nice. Now I know there's like loot I've left behind intentionally, but we'll be coming back here once the area is just a little bit less poisonous and awful. Might as well pop back on over to that bonfire to save up real quick. Because we are a stone's throw away from a very surprising covenant. Trust me, nobody would expect to find this here. I know I didn't when I first played the game. And, the boss. The boss is like just a stone's throw away as well. Ah. Obviously, we don't want to mess with that quite yet. Oh, dear. There's more pyromancers, and also these, like, kind of hollowed blacksmiths. As you'd imagine, they, Jesus, hit hard, but, can't really do a whole lot. Like, that's about it. You can see the dark sign on his shoulder there. There's not a whole lot of these guys. They do drop upgrade materials on occasion, though. Alright, you ready for this? Well, it's not quite here. Oh, it's one of the Guardians of the Tower already, the Manikins. Here's a bunch of jars of poison in there. We kind of want to avoid breaking those, lest we be covered in poison like this undead blacksmith, who gives us a Titanite shard of his own. Yeah, Earthen Peak. Earthen Peak proper is technically where we fight the boss, but hold on, it's another Manikin. And another Pyromancer. Nasty. We don't want to go through there just yet. So the boss fight is technically at the very base of Earthen Peak, but I effectively consider this one the Harvest Valley boss. Alright, y'all ready for this? Deep in this cave... Well, would you look at what it is? It's the shrine to Gwyn's firstborn, the war god and patron of the warriors of the sun. So here we can not only learn the iconic Praise the Sun gesture, but join, instead of the Warriors of Sunlight, now a covenant more or less dedicated to preserving their memory, the heirs of the sun, and receive the Sun Seal. Again, I think this is great world building in that, unlike Dark Souls 3, where this is more or less just thrown at you as if to say, hey, remember that thing from Dark Souls 1? Remember it, here it is. You're able to find this ruin that was already present in the first game, like, deep beneath, like, civilization, hundreds or thousands of years later. This, like, remnant of divine power has remained relatively untouched, but tucked away in a place long forgotten. Again, with even the name and original, like, full purpose and context of its servitors being forgotten. That's good world building. That's a good way to indicate the passage of time, not making it look like everything happened last Tuesday the way Dark Souls 3 does. Seriously, you even find, like, remnants of the Chaos Flame at various points throughout that game, like as if the Witch of Izalith in the Bed of Chaos had died, like, the day before. But never mind. That's another game I will be ranting and raving about. This one is a good one. Let's check out that new ring. The Sun Seal. Ring of the Heirs to the Sun Covenant. Slightly increases miracle attack power. Worship of the Sun, now a lost belief, was once widespread amongst great warriors. Members of this covenant can leave their golden signs to be more easily summoned to join brethren in jolly cooperation. Oh, Solaire would be proud. And the Heirs of the Sun just have a glorious-looking little covenant sigil in the upper left there. Another undead blacksmith, just let him cover himself in that poisonous goo. Gotta remember, I think there's a pyromancer here now. Yep. There's also these little bugs throughout with the urn-shaped, like, kind of protrusions on their backs. They will spew out clouds of toxic gas or poisonous gas periodically. Other than that, they don't really pose too much of a threat. Ow. They've gotten a bit better at using that than, like, in the vanilla game. One moment. There's our boss gate right over there, but I don't think you can get their mirror, unfortunately. You'll notice the torches here are a little bit unusual. They are flaming jars of toxin with, like, trapped, writhing undead inside. Yeah, this, the Earthen Peak and pretty much all we see of the old Iron King's domain is really, really screwed up. This is about as dark as our little Dark Souls 2 fairy tale is going to get. Another Skeptic Spice, that might be helpful, especially for this Hex build, or kind of Hexblade build we're going for. Oh, do I want to try to make that jump? Yes, I do, but in a moment. Let's try breaking these from a distance. See if these guys have anything for us. Ooh, a Manikin. Nice placement. More poison throwing knives. Anything in any of these jars? No. Anything in this guy? No. And with that, we have cleared out almost everything aside from the boss. Gonna want to be careful of this. I'm pretty sure it's a mimic. At least it was in the base game. Oh no. No, it's not. It is trapped with a crossbow, though. Ow. Oh, just a torch. Well, okay, that's something, I suppose. Come on, get that toxin off of me. Just eat some moss. There's nowhere near as much really hard to avoid poison in Earthen Peak proper, thankfully. Okay, let's try and make the really dangerous jump. And die. Ugh, dang it. Okay. Okay, that's totally fine, though. We can make the run from the bonfire really quickly. I think you might actually have to roll off of that platform to reach the little protrusion, not jump. That might be it. Pop an effigy. We've got plenty of them. We've been, thankfully, I've not been playing like just terribly, so we're doing okay. But we definitely need to get those souls back. Ah, every time. They'll keep respawning, though, I'm pretty sure. There's one down. Oh, we managed to stun him at just the right time. Okay, these guys are pretty vulnerable to dark orbs. Alright, you got anything for us? Oh, I just can't help myself. No, I want to, but I shouldn't. Not right now. Maybe later. Right now, it's boss time. And the boss of Harvest Valley is, well, I'm just gonna cut right to the chase. I'm gonna explain the mechanics before we go in. It's insanely easy. It hits like a truck, and if it manages to hit you with its grab attack, will unequip all of your gear. Not consume it, not destroy it, just unequip all of it, forcing you to have to throw it back on in the middle of combat, which is pretty nasty. Might not happen, though. And there are, like, pots containing undead like these you can shatter around the ring to distract it temporarily. But, aside from being kind of hard-hitting, it's not that durable. Meet the Covetous Demon. I quite like its design, but, it can't do a whole lot, and it certainly can't do a lot very quickly. That was an attempt to eat us, I believe. Now it can roll over like this, which is actually pretty damaging if it connects. This is basically a very gritty Jabba the Hutt boss battle. Oh, it does have a jump attack, though. There is that, after which it kind of flops about on the ground pathetically. Some more. Poor guy. I think you can get some interesting stuff. Jesus. Using his soul, though. Oh, that'll do it. That'll do it. And Covetous Demon down. The Covetous Demon's lore kind of introduces us to a theme for the old Iron King section. All the bosses have something a bit like this. Soul of the Covetous Demon that devours all things. Thank you very much, MC. Thank you very much. Eating is an expression of desire. There once was a man whose deep affections were unrequited. He transformed into the Covetous Demon, which only made him lonelier than before. In other words, he couldn't be with someone he loved, so he, like, ate to fill the void in his heart to such an extent that he didn't just become, like, grossly overweight or something. He became a giant eating-based demon, which is... yeah, that's definitely in step with, like, Dark Souls 2's general fairy tale theme, I think. We're gonna head back to Majula real quick. Not that we have a ton of souls to spend, but we should have just enough to get us more faith, enough faith, in fact, to wield the dark weapon properly. Yeah, go ahead and get a couple faith. Why not? Going for a hex build all but guarantees you're gonna be... MC asks, are bosses based around sins? No, they are not. The Covetous Demon and the other boss of Earthen Peak both definitely have ties to... and the old Iron King, I'm sorry. They all have ties to certain deadly sins. But the bosses themselves generally don't. Like the Royal Rat Vanguard, the Executioner's Chariot, Ruin Sentinels, you know, there's not a whole lot there as far as, like, ties to, like the Great Seven Deadly Sins, which are one of my favorite motifs for design, that recur pretty often. Just those three that I'm aware of, that you can draw parallels to really easily. Do we want to pop these souls. No, no. What was I going to look at? I was going to look at our hexes. Oh, Dark Weapon needs 14 faith. Dang it. Well, let's see if we can't get enough from the souls we've scraped together. Probably not, but we'll be really close. You can also gain oodles of souls by performing various PvP activities, some of which we might get into near the end of this stream, because I just can't help myself. If we come across the second Rat King dungeon, I'm sorry, the progress through the game is going to have to stop. For the rest of the stream, I'm probably just going to devote myself to playing around with my rat henchmen. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, we do have just enough to get ourselves up to 14 faith. Very good. Dark Weapon time. Oh, that's a pretty cool looking build, isn't it? So back to lower Earthen Peak. And we can run our way through this one pretty easily, I want to say, but MC says ReZero has me enthralled in its sin presentation of the 3rd episode of Season 2. Still haven't checked that one out. I will get around to it eventually, though. Can we? Yeah, there we go. We don't have as many uses of... The Witches of Sin are not per se evil, as I learned. Well, lots of depictions of, like, characters inspired by the 7 deadly sins aren't necessarily evil. Let's try out our new hex. Hey, Spanners, no worries, man. Glad to see you. Says might be late, but I had to watch Ice Age. It's a very relatable issue. I think I saw the 2nd film when I was younger. It's all right. Oh, there we go. Dark Weapon. And the perfect test subject to break it in on. Now, originally, none of these blacksmiths were found inside Earthen Peak, I don't believe. They were all in Harvest Valley. Here we have just a giant vat of toxin. Clearly, all of these, or all of this poison is being used for something. And we're gonna find out what before long. It's weird. Don't worry, it's very weird. It's very Dark Souls. Hello, sir. Would you care for some orb? Yeah, there we go. Not the most... Oh, this guy is a Grave Warden. He, they're found in an area much later in the game where they're actually supposed to be. I have no idea why a couple of them are here. It's never explained. It's never nearly explained. We got his wrist guards, though. I really like their design, kind of vaguely Egyptian. MC says lust, for example, gave emotions to animals so they could experience love, and makes me ask questions about demi-humans in the universe. Yeah, I always like it when in fantasy universes, like the quote-unquote evil gods or species have a bit more complexity to them. Devotee Scarlet, a cleric. We don't need any of those. So the Manikins are some of the weirder soldiers we're going to be seeing. MC says Ice Age, yeah, feel your pain. First one is decent. And Spanner says the Vowel mates for life. Oh, here's another one. So this windmill, this one windmill, is tied to the single most unfortunately bullshit thing in the entire game. See, the boss has a gimmick, and to ameliorate the negative effects of that gimmick, we're gonna have to do something to this windmill, this one windmill, on the exterior of this giant fortress covered in windmills. Get ready for it. I think this is just a bonfire, right? Yeah. So we'll light it, but not rest at it quite yet. Oh, hello. Jeez. Put a little English on it, eh? So the mannequins are like the masters of the ambush. And they do like decent bleed damage, I want to say, but that aside, aren't too bad. There are some arrow traps here, of course. We've been through Sin's Fortress, we know how this goes. Some black fire bombs, always good to have. Oh, look at that, there's one right up there. Can I clip them? Yep, I can. The Manikin gear, their weapons in particular, if I recall, are actually really good. Like, bleed damage, really fast swing rate, decent damage overall, I want to say, especially for, like, lighter weapons. Here we get a Manikin mask, which is, disturbing. It's very disturbing. Mask of the Mannikins of Harvest Valley. A fickle queen gave them life and tore off their faces. How else could she forgive those who dared gaze upon her? And, yeah, welcome to your nightmares for the next couple of weeks, folks. This is a pretty famous gear for, like, PvP builds or, RP builds, role-playing builds. We're going to put that down and never look at it again. Let's check out this mask. I've never seen this before. We got it from the witch in the woods. Strange mask worn by Aldia's warlocks. Grants dark defense and increased soul acquisition. Ooh. Warlocks in Aldia gave rise to wicked things, and even cast forbidden rituals upon themselves. No one knows if they were born mad, or if their own misdeeds drove them over the edge. Holy hell, look at this! Oh, dude, that's sick. But unfortunately, our casting hood's just a little bit better for now. Spanner says I've been watching a lot of David Firth recently. Don't know that I'm familiar with him, actually. But, can definitely relate to binge watching a lot of stuff. That has been the quarantine experience for me. Now, real quick, you ready for some BS? This tower, specifically the uppermost level of this tower, just before the boss, is flooded with poison, okay? There's a great big old lake of poison, sufficiently deep to cause us to move about all slowly like, right? Now, that poison actually fills the boss arena, meaning the boss... Oh, it's the Salad Fingers guy. Yeah, okay, I know who you're talking about now. His stuff's pretty good, actually. I've seen a little bit of it over the years. So, the boss arena itself is inundated in poison that slows you down, constantly keeps you afflicted with poison. Poison drains your health much faster in this game unless you upgrade one specific stat, and holy crap, the boss can heal themselves as long as they remain immersed in the poison that permeates the entire arena. Whatever are you to do? Well, in order to drain the poison, somehow drain the poison from the entire uppermost level of Earthen Peak, and clear out a lot of the fog and, like, toxin throughout Harvest Valley, you have to take a torch from a bonfire and burn this one windmill. Just this one. You set fire to this one, and yeah, despite all the other windmills around the whole area, this shuts down more or less the entire operation. Explain to me how in the hell you're supposed to know that. If I did not have a PvE partner, like, point this out to me my first time through, I never would have figured it out. And it is far and away, I would say, the poorest design decision in the entire game. Dark Souls 2 is a game I love, it's a game I absolutely adore, and will defend to the death, because I think it's a much better designed game than the first one. But that is some shit right there. Spanner says he's having to remake, like, the whole of his Drill Bit Head series because the BBC copyright claimed the original. Did he use, like, a tiny little bit of BBC footage or something like that? That's horrible. Yeah, man, a real shame. Really talented dude, that. Obviously, we can't make that jump. Not yet, anyway. Oh, but there's a... All we did there was raise like a massive basin of toxin. Oh, lots of deaths around here. Gee whiz, I wonder what's going to attack me. Oh! Again, very good placement for these Manikin ambushers. Spanner says, no, he made it for the BBC, and for some reason, I don't know why they took it down. Oh, that's a right shame. Very weird. Here we got the pike, like just a standard long spear. I think it's the spear that mild-mannered Pate uses. And it's got some insane reach. Hold on, let me show you. We're not quite strong enough to use it one-handed, but look at this thing. It's practically a Sarissa. Not quite as long, but that is some good stuff. Not as good as our scimitar, of course. Spanner says, I've never seen a short spear. Well, I think the basic spears in Dark Souls aren't too terribly long. Like, see, the winged spear, are we not even strong enough to use this? Definitely need to get more points in strength. Is way more manageable looking than, say, the pike. Spanner says, now that I think of it, that's an arrow. Well, you're not wrong, actually. Technically speaking, yeah. Whole lot of stuff to collect here. Some of it involving very precarious and inventive platforming. Yikes. Hey, Val, good to see you, man. It's been ages. Hope you've been alright. We're playing the best Dark Souls game today. Now, I believe that little trench we just ran through would have been full of poison if we didn't, originally... or didn't already burn the giant wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow, listen to me. Windmill. Ma'am, I do not have time for this today. Spanner says, I hope in another world the bow and arrow are called spear and spear chucker. Well, there actually is a Native American weapon, Mesoamerican, I believe. The Aztecs called it an atlatl, that effectively acted as what you're describing, a spear thrower. It was like this little, extendable pole-like device that, when thrust forward, and with a spear attached to, like, the front of it, like along little grooves, would, like, shunt it forward with greatly increased strength. And Val says, you're playing my game, this is the Souls I started with. Right on, man. It's the best one to begin with, and I would say the best one overall, in my humble opinion. I know it's a very unpopular opinion, but this is my favorite of the entire Soulsborne series. And atlatls are crazy, man. It's literally just a stick with a hook that attaches onto the back of the spear. And they ended up making spears ultimately more powerful and effective than many early firearms due to the ridiculous, like, power put behind them. Yeah, you sling that shit forward and it goes crazy fast. Very true. Now, down here... Well, I thought there was something useful down here. That might have been in vanilla, though. It elongates the lever of your arm, giving more power to your throw. That's right. Another Grave Warden over here. They added way more than to Earthen Peak and Scholar of the First Sin. Spinners asked, what if we put the spear in a blunderbuss? I think at this point you're just describing a harpoon gun. Grave Warden armor. It's not the best against physical attacks, but... Oh, clever. Again. Grave Warden gear has really good dark defense. We start seeing more dark, flavored enemies and attacks a bit later into the game. Val says, I hate that jump. Yeah, it's nasty. There's a lot of nasty jumps in Earthen Peak, if you want to get everything. Come on. Come on now. Oh, that is not the attack I was expecting you to use. What's in here? Bad stuff. Bad stuff is what's in there. But a Ferrous Lockstone, making it all worth it. We're gonna get many more of those once I start working for our favorite Covenant properly. Yeah, so you have to jump, like, right over there. We'll come back for that once we've cleared out just about everything in the dungeon. Val says, from the Desert Sorceress for her clothing. We've got the hood already, I think. And yeah, I'm quite miffed that out of everything, that's one of a handful of things from this game they decided they just had to bring back for Dark Souls 3. Like, throw the entire rest of the game just straight in the trash, but keep the ridiculous cheesecake armor. Yeah, why won't you give us actual power stancing? It's... Oh, no worries, Val. I hate the way that the design team effectively just threw this entire game away and made Dark Souls 1 again. Like, you've got all this cool world building that implies it's been centuries or millennia since the events of Dark Souls 1. Most of the major players have had their names and deeds forgotten. They're only remembered in very vague myth. That's all very cool, and instead of a dark fantasy, the story plays out more like a dark fairy tale. I really like that change. But come Dark Souls 3, it's like, oh yeah, everything from the first game, you know, the one that our fanbase won't shut up about, happened like last Tuesday. So just go do it all again. Oh, one of my favorite merchants.
Shush. You idiot. Stay quiet. I'm on the run. Don't give me away. You're a fugitive too, eh? Yeah. Why else would you be here? It's got death written all over it.
So this guy is how we typically access the Grave of Saints.
I can lend you a ladder.
If I wasn't just insane and obsessed with accessing the Rat King Covenant as early as possible. Val says Dark Souls again with 20% more Dark Souls. Exactly. It's my least favorite thing about Dark Souls 3 design-wise. Gameplay's great, but I hate that they just rehashed as much of the first game's settings and characters and gear as they possibly could. Because what's original, like Irithyll, for instance, is absolutely fantastic. I just wish there was more of that. So for 2,000 souls, he'll create us a special little ladder we can use to get down there. Bell says, I do like the mana bar about the only change in the game, so true. And they took away my damn Rat King Covenant. You know, the best change made to this game? Now, they introduced something similar where you can kind of sort of act as a boss in one of the DLCs. Yeah, sure, whatever. But I like the idea of being a boss with my own mini-dungeon.
What is it? What do you need now?
Val says, but Irithyll is just Anor Londo. No, I mean Irithyll without the area on the other end of it. You know, the area that I am going to go into a frothing rage about when we reach that point in my Dark Souls 3 stream series. Irithyll itself, like, up to the boss in the cathedral, before, like, the great elevator to shame, is a brilliantly designed, gorgeous area.
this monster lady, right? And the poison, well, does wonders for her body. You know, health, beauty, that sort of stuff. And I thought only human women were so petty.
Val says, Irithyll proper is fantastic, difficult, beautiful, and cleverly looped area. Wish the rest of the game was as good. Well, yes, but see, if they had tried to make the rest of the game that good, they wouldn't have had time to rehash, like, the Demon Ruins and Blight Town and everything. Oh, don't worry, Val.
That creature, she was human once, you know?
So that's our boss.
Yeah. In fact, she was wed to the prince of that nearby castle. But her husband? He had feelings for another. The princess was dead.
So the theme of unrequited love is really, really prominent in this particular leg of the game's world.
Affection. You see what I mean?
So our boss here is a queen who, after having her husband effectively leave her, and her love for a neighboring royal go unrequited, decided she wasn't beautiful enough, and so started bathing herself in poison, the same poison she's had all of her slaves and overseers toiling to extract from this valley, and has been doing so for God knows how long. And somehow it does wonders for her, just not for the rest of us.
The princess's ire transformed her into a monster.
Val says they wouldn't have had time to leave Izalith unfinished for a second time.
When do you think this all happened? Long ago. When this
Hey, do you remember the second DLC where we see this area, Earthen Peak, literally thrown in the trash at the end of the world? Like, Jesus Christ.
On this very spot. And this won't be the last. Oh no.
So, Gilligan sells a variety of suitably roguish items. Oh yeah, no worries, Val. For an implied criminal. Like kind of your typical legerdemain's gear, including lacerating claws, not half bad, and the thief set from the first game. This is the only place in the entire game I think you can acquire it. It's cheap, and I don't have a lot of souls to level up with or anything, so I'm going to go ahead and buy it so we can show it off a bit later. He also sells a ladder miniature. I have no... Oh no, this does have a purpose, actually. This has a very specific purpose that will allow us to progress down a very specific NPC's quest line without having to hurt Gilligan.
No, mate.
Hold on, does he offer something special yet?
Just can't let her old flame go. She's going to get us all burned.
Right, okay.
All the best.
So he'll relocate to Majula, right near the giant pit, where he will sell 3 different lengths of ladder for 3 different price points, each of which will get you a little bit deeper into that giant pit. Oh, another lockstone, very good. Very safely, which is always a good thing, right? Go. Now we should be able to open up this shortcut, right? Yeah, there we go. And by the way, what I said to Val a moment ago is not a joke. You literally find the remains of Earthen Peak after all these areas from Dark Souls 1 have been beautifully preserved and recreated in HD glory and all this in Dark Souls 3. You find a half-shattered Earthen Peak thrown in a giant pile of trash at the end of the world. It's insanely disrespectful, if I'm being honest. Ah, gotta get in there. Come on. Just break the pots. There we go. Oh, hello, you. We got a dragon charm from her. And the spell quartz ring, +1. Rings can have up to +2 improved variants in this game, I want to say. And this one just increases magic defense. ring bestowed upon students of a certain standard at the Melfian Magic Academy. Its soul-based quartz increases magic defense. Pyromancer Glocken crafts these replicas, much to the dismay of the conservative Old Guard faculty. There are, of course, other quartz rings for defense against various types of nasties elsewhere in the game. Oh, it's another ninja. And it's another pyromancer. Good. We'll go ahead and pop some repair powder. We've not had much need for it up to now. Thankfully. Not in a long while. Just because there's a ton here and I don't want to have to go back through a lot of it. This is where the poison would be pouring out to fuel the boss's powers. And also almost certainly kill us. Here we've got to be real careful. Lots of poison about. Like that! Damn it! Well, now they can't harm us whatsoever. If we increase that stat called adaptability, the one that, also, like, shortens the time you need to perform certain animations, I think your resistances increase as well. I'm not entirely sure. Could be totally wrong about that. This is a trap. Do not activate this Pharos Lockstone. All it does is waste one of your Lockstones and spawn a small pool of poison right here at your feet. It's nasty and horrible, and I hate it. Just goes in line with Earthen Peak's role as kind of the great big trap-laden troll level. Oh, what's over here? More smooth and silky stuff? Are you a mimic? Yes, you are. But, aside from damaging us by thrusting its crotch in our face really, really aggressively, it did nothing to us, and we got a pair of dark gauntlets, part of the Dark Wraith set, and a work hook. The work hook is just a weird little, like, fist weapon. It's nothing special. Hook that covers the hand, clearly not intended as a weapon, but certainly sharp enough to shred an enemy's skin. Deals a little bit of bleed damage, not bad, but the dark gauntlets are the gauntlets of a knight subsumed by dark. No one knows the true identity of these men who are said to freely manipulate dark. Old foreign legends describe them as poor souls who chase the lost art of life drain. Again, so the Dark Wraiths remembered only in really obscure legend. And it looks like what remains of them in this game have all been transplanted into mimics. Now here, behind a secret wall, there is a bonfire, and I really like that there's a bonfire right outside the boss gate, except not here this time? Or no, there's two of these alcoves. And one of them has a bonfire, the other one has another petrified something. I think in the original their positions were reversed, like the bonfire was on the right and the chest was on the left. Not ready for that quite yet, though. There's a summon sign for the best NPC partner in the entire game, who I won't be summoning in, because they're not tied to any kind of quest line or anything like that, and they would totally trivialize this fight. Welcome back, Val. We are cleaning up, oh geez, the last enemies and bits of treasure here. Best NPC trader, you mean? Still the best NPC partner. And one of the most fun duels in the DLC. Also wearing probably one of the best armor sets in the entire series. This is Jester Thomas. He looks totally ridiculous, that's intentional. He is the most powerful pyromancer that we see on screen in the entire series. That's no joke. He can cast faster than just about any player short of one who's, like, absolutely maxed out their magic stats. and knows a variety of the most powerful, wide-reaching pyromancies in the entire game. He can use them for you in Earthen Peak, or against you later on in the DLC as part of an invasion, and he's a great deal of fun either way. We'll be getting our hands on his armor before too long, thankfully, and, oh, the gesture set's really cool. Not the best defenses in the world, nothing to sneeze at, certainly, but every component of the armor has a special effect that makes your game, oh, so much easier and more fun. Val says he's overpowered is more or less my point. Agreed, definitely. He can solo the boss here easily, all by himself. You more or less weigh him down, I'd say. Now let's see, where was that tricky jump? Val says, I think his game files have his attunement at 99. They do. They do. Which is insane. He beats the boss, you just have to survive, yeah. And against this boss, that is not a big ask at all. Now down here, we can find our buddy Pate, who more or less lured us into a trap in the Forest of Lost Giants.
There's treasure this way. But I have a bad feeling about it. I don't quite have the guts myself. Well, this... I don't...
Right, he's referring to this door we can't quite open yet. No, that's some acrobatics away. Oh god, this jump. Now, Val is totally right when he says this one is terrible. I may not make this, and if I don't, well, it's not a ton of souls we're losing. Made it. Now we've got a Grave Warden. Nothing bad in the least. The poison's bad, though. Poison's real bad. Another armor? Just hug that left wall. Yeah, exactly. You should be fine. Some money, that's okay. Life gem, that's okay. Now we've got to get back. Yay. Val says, I'm assuming you're gonna try and get the blue flame sword from the crypt. I may. The weapon we're going for right now to replace this scimitar, which has really been holding it down for us, is, well, hello. That was foolish of me. Decent straight sword moveset with a spellcast function on strong attack. The weapon I'm going for to replace the scimitar right now is actually just a really common drop in the old Iron Kings area. You know exactly the one I'm talking about.
There's treasure this way. I don't... Well...
I've... Do I not have your treasure? One moment. I will get your treasure. Yeah, the black steel katana. It's just really good. Great heavy soul arrow. It's a decent prize for what we've had to do. I'll take it. We've got better soul arrow equipped in our spell slot right now, though, so, you know.
Perhaps you're more rugged than I thought. In any case, the treasure...
Pate sounds like somebody trying to do an Alan Rickman impression and just barely turning in a passable performance.
A more cautious approach. It's hard to know who to even trust these days. For instance, I've heard that a man is out for my life.
That'd be Creighton, the Wanderer.
Now, what misunderstanding could have ever led to that?
Val says better than soul arrow. Hey, look, man. Hexes are one of my favorite additions to Dark Souls 2. If only because I absolutely love their aesthetics and the fact that they have some of the most unique effects in the entire series. I hate that they were removed entirely, or just a few of them reorganized into the other schools for Dark Souls 3. Creighton has busted OP in Souls 3. I'm trying to remember. I think that gels with my experience. we've done that. Hold on, we're not quite done here, folks. There's a lot to explore in Earthen Peak. It's not a very big area, not at all, but there's plenty to dig up here. Including, obviously, plenty of poison. Oh, Val says this is when you get summoned for Sirius's quest line in Irithyll. That's right. We also, if you're interested, have like a pretty hefty collection of Dark Souls 1 remastered VODs on backlog here on the channel that you can check out if you're just itching for more Souls content, which is mainly me attempting to reacquaint myself with that game after God knows how long. It's a great game, it's just not this good. So what we want to do is pull this switch here and we can raise that floor for a very, very limited time. Gently, gently, gently. Val says I can't stand the D-Master. I actually thought it was okay, myself. It was my first time ever playing the DLC. Which was, you know, pretty alright. Got invaded by this one pyromancer like 3 times at various points in the game, though. I think... Oh, my mod could probably tell us, MC. I think we ran into them more than any other character in the game, like NPCs included. I will get that chest eventually, just maybe not right now. Time to awkward duck run our way to victory. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh, I see. Never mind. I know what to do. I think. They basically went in, downloaded a shader pack, and called it a day. I wouldn't be able to make that distinction if only because it had been so long since I played the first game. I could tell it wasn't, like, the most, like, comprehensive remaster or anything, but it was nice, I guess, for me just to have the whole thing, DLC included, available for a bargain price, since I don't actually own a copy of Dark Souls. If you do, though, I guess, for, like, last-generation systems, it's not really worth the added money. Like, just buy the DLC, you'll be fine. What on earth is in here? Oh, the Mira shield, so Lucatiel's shield. Let's have a look-see. It is this one. Shield issued to the proud knights of Mira's official order. In Mira, a land perennially beset by unrest, this shield was a symbol of the great knight's strength and willingness to give their lives for their country. It looks cooler than our shield, but is heavier and otherwise worse in just about every way. Val says, I'm mad because they took the original off the Steam store, so you can never buy the regular ever again. Oh, that is kind of shady, actually. Oh, look, we could do the ragdoll thing again. And spawn in. And spawn out. And spawn in. I enjoy this far, far more than anybody with multiple degrees ever should. And spawn in. I am their puppet master now. You could just hear bodies hitting the floor all throughout the peak. That's great. Alright, now let's work our way up around to that boss door. I think we've got most of the good stuff for there. Val says, if you like that, try pushing corpses around in the Duke's Grand Archives in Souls 1. Oh, again, my mod, who was right there with me through the whole thing, could probably tell you, we had lots of fun with ragdolls in the first game. Lots of fun. Well, with that, folks, we are ready to take on Earthen Peak's boss, who, honestly, I've not fought in so long. Oh, Val says bring them too far away from their initial spawn, and they... Oh, yeah, you're back. Right. Never mind. We've got to do a little cleanup first. Oh, gotta love those iframes. Ooh. Oh, this area has much better guards than it did in the original. Oh, you got Estus too, my man? Totally forgot about that. Well, we can take care of him. Now this is easy. Not the best performance on my part, but the boss should not give us much trouble. Damn! I was not expecting that. I've been playing pretty well, yeah. All that's left is the Poison Queen, and without her gimmick, she's really easy. She has some insanely powerful magic attacks performed with, Oh, thanks, Val, no problem. This will happen once in a blue moon. Especially when streaming, but, aside from her magical attacks, she's not that tough. She fights with a long spear. And, effigies are at the top. Is otherwise kind of a pushover. The whole gimmick in Earthen Peak is based around, you know, tricks and traps. And I think the idea is, unless you know specifically and very strangely to burn that one windmill, given no, like, proper context, she's going to be nigh impossible for non-tanky builds to beat. That's the idea. It can be done. Oh, we actually got 2 pieces of the armor there. Including another hood. But, if you could figure out the gimmick, that is to say, if you can preempt the trap, then the boss, like most other things in this area, is really, really simple. Val says a partisan and her head is a talisman. Right. More bleed. We've got almost the entire Grave Warden set. That's very nice. I don't think I've ever gotten the full set in the playthrough before. Alright, let's do this. I don't think we can summon Lucatiel here, so we should be good. Let me double check right quick. Want to make sure we get all of her summons. Nope. Yep, she's a Gorgon. Inexplicably. This is what bathing in poison does to you, apparently. And I mean, yeah, she looks pretty good for someone who's probably very, very advanced in age. She heals as long as she's in the poison, so you kind of want to keep kiting her into the arena. Thankfully, the heal without the massive poison lake is pretty minor, and not many of her attacks can easily break my guard. Even my guard, and my poise is garbage. Really, what you want to look out for is the head. She can throw her head, and it functions effectively as a magic grenade. And that absolutely will knock you off your feet. She can also fire those very, very weak magical shots, but nothing to worry about. There we go. Treat her like Ornstein, just sidestep the big charge, and you'll be good to go. Almost there. Yep, there we are. Val says, heck, if I could just take a bath in poison and grow snake tail and survive beheading, I totally would. Oh, dude, if that was the price to pay for immortality, then yeah, I'd be down. So, Mytha's down, and we get her soul. Soul of Mytha, the Baneful Queen who lives in the Earthen Peak. The queen sought the king's affection, even poisoning herself to attain beauty, despite the monstrous consequences. All for the compelling madness known as love. The king in question is the terrible old Iron King. MC says, reminds me of Titan Quest. Now that you mention it, yeah, definitely. Okay, guys. So, you ready for the moment where, in my original playthrough of Dark Souls 2 years and years ago, the whole idea of this being a world really riven between different times and spaces hit home from a design perspective? It's this next area. Okay, so I've talked about this before on yesterday's stream. Remember how Dark Souls 1 introduces the concept that, oh, Lordran's torn between different universes, time and space work differently here, but it never really does anything with it aside use it as a justification for in-universe for the PvP and PvE elements, co-op elements. But in this game, we've already seen some kind of weird transitions, like we ask ourselves, how does a place like Hade's Tower of Flame connect to a place like Majula? How do these different areas seem to fit to one another, because they seem to be located in very different looking environs? Okay, remember what Earthen Peak looked like from the outside, right? It was a giant, shattered tower. Okay. Remember that. This is where it hits home. Val says Dark Souls 1 has every single thing connected. Souls 2 is such a mess between biomes. I actually prefer this approach, though, and I'm going to show you why. Makes more sense in context, because we are at the top now, the very top of a broken, shattered tower. And we're going up. And up. And up. Welcome to one of the best areas in the series, Iron Keep. Stronghold of the old Iron King. Now look around if you would. See this giant mass of lava that the castle is slowly falling into? How in the blue hell did we get here from the top of a ruined tower? How did that elevator stretch on for as long as it did? Huh? Well, it's because we're not in the same place anymore. We're not in the same time anymore. We're being directed where we need to be to claim the souls of these inheritors of the Lord's power. Val says, I enjoy Souls 1 personally, but 2 does what it does very well. Totally fair. Lots of folks really prefer the, like, coherent interconnectedness. I'm in the minority there myself, so no worries. Val says, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. Not remotely. And this is some Doctor Who pocket dimension shit. It really is. And here, MC says, clearly the Iron King was an evil genius, loving volcano. So, in the vein of Seath from the first game, the old Iron King is, as I've said before, the most unambiguously evil character in this entire game. He was a right bastard, but genius, not really. It becomes clear throughout the game and all the lore you can find associated with him. He was just fortunate enough to have a ton of resources and people who did things for him. These are his personal guards, by the way, the Elan Knights. There's a reason why they're basically samurai. The short story is, the old Iron King was once served by an actual samurai from the Far East, and his skill in battle and competence was so great that the Iron King instructed him to train his entire fighting force in the use of his unique style of weaponry and armor, which was recreated in the massive forges of the Iron King's keep. And we've been invaded by an NPC. Oh no. Hello, Sharon. This is out of out of lore, this is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, PvP spot in the entire game. Especially for, like, willing PvP, duels, and things of that nature. She's got a very interesting weapon there in her left hand. That is the Shulva Puzzle Sword. It functions as a whip with its strong attacks, which is interesting enough. Oh, no, you don't. I am a coward. And you can't beat cowardice. Oh, that is some impressive poise. But down she goes. Val says, I feel so alone. What do we get? Just a human effigy? Human effigy and a ton of souls, of course. So, Iron Peak has two bosses. One of them is considered by a lot of fans, including, like, folks like myself, legitimate Dark Souls 2 fans, to be one of the worst in the game, or one of the most disappointing, whereas the other is typically considered to be the very best in the entire base game. We'll be taking on the best one first, as it technically serves as kind of a mid-boss. Oh, and get ready to just be swarmed by Elan Knights through your entire trip here. Their armor is really good for what it is. Oh, Val, we've got some dissent here. They say he's a smelter demon is such a joke. One of, again, that's the one typically considered to be the best in the entire game. These guys are really versatile. They have longbows, they have katanas. There are other types of Elan Knights, or another type we'll meet pretty soon, that has an electrified sword. And in this picturesque little area, we find one of the best merchants in the game, Magerold of Lanafir.
Who are you? Who, me? I'm Magerold. Who else? What? Have a look at my wares.
Val says, I dislike the big cow man with a passion, but Smelter Demon is pretty bland, easy to fight too. I would disagree on both counts. I think it's really well designed, especially since it has countermeasures. We'll see, but it has countermeasures baked in to sort of, well, force players who are very comfortable with certain styles to adapt. And at least at launch, in the vanilla game, it was pretty damn challenging for a lot of us. Like me and my friends, anyway. So Magerold sells a lot of really interesting items. There are the voice carvings from the first game. A fragrant branch of yore we'll probably need to buy. He sells some sorceries and hexes, kind of inexplicably. Including the Dark Hail, which I think was in the first game's DLC. What to buy. So it's real cheap, so I'll shell out for Dark Hail and Dark Storm. We gotta get the Branch of Yore, there's so many petrified creatures around, and we are getting the entire Jester set because it's really, 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 really good.
I think we have similar taste. Really? I do. Here, you should like these.
The Covetous Gold Serpent Ring +1, baby. We are going to be living with this. This greatly increases the chance of enemies dropping items from their drop pools. I mean, really significantly.
Many a merchant on the side. A ring bang, looking for a find, following the instincts. I don't care what thing's worth. What matters is whether it grabs me. I suppose I must. I've been doing it for ages. There's good iron in these parts. No king even used it to build a castle. But the thing was too heavy.
Yeah, so this is kind of how the old Iron Kings keep got into this condition. No horrible, like, magic or divine, like, calamities in Dark Souls 1. There was just this pissant, very cruel, like, minor noble who happened to live on a massive deposit of natural resources that were prized, like rare commodities, that he decided to keep. Once he discovered that these resources were there, just keep excavating and keep excavating, keep literally hollowing out the earth under and around the castle and decorating it with all these massive, really unwieldy giant iron ornaments and create iron soldiers and iron robots and iron weapons, all really heavy stuff, to the point where, combined with the hollowed out ground beneath the castle, all of the iron caused the castle to break through the ground and start sinking into the earth's crust as the king and his castle were literally slowly subsumed by the weight of their hubris. That is some excellent environmental storytelling. Val says, can I just scream, "You shall not pass," and call it a day? That's for the big boss here. Although the PvP makes perfect sense even in lore. First of all, it looks like Mustafar, but that's beyond the point. I can see it. I really can now. Secondly, in an area where samurai flourish, it makes sense that honorable combat would be common and even encouraged. Definitely agree. That and that, like, little front bridge area, like the entrance hall, is just a perfect, like, little arena. Also, bitch, why would you waste good iron on a feckin' castle? Selfish bastard. He basically created a synthetic aquifer with lava. Yes, he did. And he's still kicking around, somehow.
The hulking blue sword. It's all really oily a bit. I got a feeling
We don't know that guy yet. He's the other PvP buddy, or a co-op buddy, we're going to meet basically for the back half of the game.
there are lots of legendary
The way it kind of shakes out is there's 2 NPCs that have really extensive questline development tied to being summoned for bosses. Lucatiel is present basically for the first half of the game, and this other guy, Berhard of Jugo, is summonable for the most of the, like, really big fights in the back half of the game.
Have you heard of the shrine on the eastern edge of Dragon Lake? Built to honor the dragons, they say. If only I knew how to get there. I'd go and I'd claim it for good as.
We're going to want to keep that in mind. But now that we've got all of his good stuff, he can also make use of the spices we have to make spells just a little bit more accessible to us. If you're a Hex player, probably a good idea to save up those spices and know what you want to use them for. Because some of those, especially like the faith requirements for some of them, can get quite nasty. Now, in place of that life ring, we are going to slap on the Covetous gold serpent ring. And slap on some dark weapon. The Elan Knights have pretty solid defenses, so we want to have some kind of elemental buff. You usually want to have some kind of elemental buff. There's a secret wall there, with a nice little prize, waiting for anybody who care to use it, I think, on an Elan Knight, right? Yep. Whee! Bunch of fire arrows. Okay. Depending on your build, those could be really handy. We got the Elan Knight leggings, and if we can get our equip load up high enough to comfortably wear the Elan Knight armor, we definitely should. It's really, really good for this stage of the game. More leggings. Just kill thine enemies, take they pants. We're going to have to turn the Great Iron Bull off. So as you can see, this entire area is basically one gigantic forge. The king liked his power. Iron apparently symbolized power. He went more than a little overboard. Oh yeah, and the Elan Knights have archers just everywhere. This is a really difficult area to navigate your first time through, but once we clear it up and unlock a couple shortcuts, it's not that bad. It's just so hard, actually. Jesus Christ, we're dead. Yep, we're dead. I'm doing so well until this stream as well, actually. Just this is one of the harder areas to maneuver through your first time. After this, we can access the third Lord Soulbearer really easily. Since we cleared out the Grave of Saints already, we have more or less a straight shot to the third Lord Soulbearer. Usually the one I save for last, but Val says, of course the stream I come to is the one you can't hold it together for. Unfortunately so. Seriously, we actually did surprisingly well in the early zones. I surprised myself more often than not. Now the problem with that open courtyard is everybody doubles as an archer. It's Armorer Dennis again. Huh. Val says, get a damn blunt weapon. Don't have any really accessible ones. One moment, sir, be right with you. Oh yeah, this is also a great area for getting absolutely swarmed by enemies. So Dennis is, despite his name, actually a really proficient spellcaster. He fights with, I believe, a Hade sword. Ooh, he has got beautiful, like, elemental resistance. What on earth was that? I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Probably something we don't want to be right in the center of. Oh no, you don't. There we are. Val says he's wearing the black set, same as you. Oh. Dennis is arguably the worst of the two, if I recall. Yeah. He's... the pants again? Okay. I guess that's just our character's thing now. We steal pants. Now, one-on-one, the Earthen Knights aren't that bad at all. They do have bleed, and can react, or recover from their attacks a bit quicker than a lot of other humanoid enemies you've seen up to this point, but they're not super tough. MC says Pantsu Thief, basically right now, yeah. That's the one we want. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, okay, never mind. We are running away at light speed to go make ourselves a much better dexterity weapon. A much better weapon. Ever watched Konosuba? I have not. Again, I'm not like a huge anime guy. Right now I'm still watching my way through Arrow. Now that's a damn good show. So that black steel katana, the principal weapon of the Earthen Knights, is insanely good. Especially for this stage of the game. It's got decent durability for a katana, being, you know, crafted from that same really tough iron that the king loves. We will need more strength to use it, unfortunately, because we are very, very frail. That's fine, though, because we've got just what the doctor ordered right over here. Val says, okay, but them being easy one-on-one is actually ironic as hell. Since they're trained samurai, they should be super good with single-man duels. They should, but rather accurately, they're much better archers than they are swordsmen. This thing has great dexterity scaling, solid range, and damn does it look cool. Now, since we're going to need to level up our strength a lot, like a lot, that means, friends, we're going to need some more souls. Now, however do we get more souls really easily? Well, we have some options, and I think it might be time to show off my favorite mechanic in the entire series. Moveset's a bit awkward, Val says. Yes, it is, admittedly. That goes for katanas in general. But if you can connect with one of these, oh lord, does it deal way more damage against way more diverse types of enemies than does the scimitar, which we are unfortunately stuck with for just a little bit longer. So I need souls. I need lots and lots of souls, and there's something I've been kind of hankering to show off to you guys. Let's see if we can't get some souls this way. All hail the Rat King, baby. Now real quick, I do want to do something real briefly. I'm going to restrict our voice chat just in case, like, we would be broadcasting ourselves to whoever we're fighting. It's not the most sporting thing to do, yeah? We're going to go pledge ourselves to the Rat King once again, as he is merciful and kind and shall forgive us. And for every soul we dispatch, we get a very healthy parcel of souls, in addition to rat tails and more ferrous lockstones we can use to hashtag pimp our dungeon. Oh, I love this so much. I might have lost a little bit of my touch, but... Alright, we are now back with Best Covenant. And in place of the Gold Serpent Ring, since, like, invaders ain't gonna have much to do with it, we'll go ahead and wear the Rat King crest. Val says, to hell with praising the sun, rat's where it's at. Man, I have to agree, this is my favorite Covenant in the entire series. It's my favorite mechanic in the entire series. Yes, yes, we've already got our first, guest, we'll call them. Let's go ahead and use some lockstones to create some fun little party favors. Or no, let's try to handle one all by ourselves first. Don Koyot, welcome to the show. I hope you're having a wonderful day. To begin with, we should have a few plague rat buddies. Oh, would you look at that? Big old sword, big old wings. Plague rat buddies, do your thing. Ooh. Somebody's got a powerful sword. A smelter sword, even. Very good, Dawn. But we're just a little bit better. Thanks for playing, though. Seriously, that was a really cool build he had. Not to be excessively harsh. I really like the fact that his set, it was like the butterfly set, the poison butterfly set, had, let's pop this lockstone in here. Had like some poison damage associated with it. Speaking of poison damage, giant river of poison. Val says, oh my gosh, sadistic Brady is scary. Oh, you're starting to see how I had so much fun with this one, right? More rats, more gear, poison moss, I'll take it. Now, we always want to remember to rest at a bonfire between, the Whisper of Despair Hex, I guess, between rounds, because we never want a guest coming into a studio that has been poorly prepared or is understaffed. Remember, we do only the very best productions here. Now, trouble with this dungeon is a lot of its traps involve poison and or acid, and they will mess you up just as easily as your guests. So you kind of want to watch that. Now, the second Rat King dungeon, thankfully, is just all about you spawning more and more enemies and traps for your friends. See, this looks a bit more obvious than the little hidden ladder. So it encourages people to go traipsing through Plague Rat City. Now, of course, the game's over if they manage to make it to the boss door and go in. And we got a fair few souls. Not a ton, but a fair few. Do we have any more lockstones? Oh, 2 more. Wow. In that case... What does this do again? Spawn more rats somewhere, probably. Oh, come on, give us a new contestant. Speaking of, for our last friend, it probably would have been smarter, given the immense weapon he was wielding, for me to actually, you know, stay at a distance and use my hexes, but oh, what's the fun in that? Get us a nice little pool of, I think that's acid. Sometimes it helps to rest at the bonfire and reorient yourself in the queue. Val says, the only problem with Souls games, PvP at your level isn't really happening. Yeah, unfortunately true. Oh, we got one! We got one! Oh, I love it so much. Here we go. Let's see what our next friend is bringing to the table. Joven Evil. Alright. What on earth is this one going to be bringing? Ooh, I'm so excited. Seriously, y'all, this is one of my favorite parts of this particular game. Oh, are they just waiting? Oh, a caster. Very good. Adam, friends. Oh, that's a bad idea, buddy. Thanks for playing! You guys missed your cue. What do we even pay you for? Yeah, just go glitch out and run at the wall or whatever. Val says you don't pay them, and MC just says rats. Val says, what do I allow you to live for? Well, to be fair, they are my compatriots. My compatriots in, like, this vermin-based crusade. So, I have a feeling that had I actually allowed that last friend to get any spells off, they would have utterly messed me up with, some high-level casts, because that looked like a dedicated casting build. Not at all like what we're running. Listen to, like, the roaring sound of acid and toxin in this crypt now. You get way more contestants in the other Rat King dungeon. This one's just a little out of the way, and it's very easy to clear, unlike the other one. Val says he was a straight Hexer build, had all the bells and whistles from Falcon. Oh! Then it's a very good thing we cut them down in quick order. We'll try for maybe one more, then I notice I'm not really getting an abundance of souls from this. We may just go elsewhere. Just give it a minute here. Val says, I think if you have 20 faith and 20 intelligence, he gives a hood that gives you extra additional attunement slots. Oh, that sounds nifty. We'll give it just a minute here. Literally a minute. Well, we'll refresh again and then give it a minute. Seriously, for whatever reason, resting at bonfires and, like, leaving the PvP area and returning seems to increase your luck of getting a good connection, for whatever reason. Val says, boo, we want more content. I know. Trust me, when we reach the other rat dungeon, in probably a stream or two, then we'll be able to really have some fun with various contestants from the Dark Souls 2 community, if that's still a thing. Now we'll just give it a minute here. Oh wait, I have new, better armor. Need to remember that. MC says, where's the content I didn't pay for? Let's throw on that Jester set while we wait. Boldly colored Jester's gloves, a nice bit of fun to try on. Jesters are more than festival fixtures. Some have a second face, hidden from public view. This increases the number of souls we take in. The boots, or tights rather, reduce falling damage. The armor prevents you from being backstabbed or effectively riposted, or having a riposte land on you, I should say. And the hood increases your chance of item discovery. All told, it makes you one terrifying-looking badass. I'm sorry, I'm going to head back up to the bonfire one last time because we need to invade at least one person, or summon in one person and, like, terrorize them dressed like this. We need to. Val says better than Kikaro from Skyrim. Yeah, a lot of things are better than Kikaro from Skyrim, poor guy. Down the ladder. Now, of course, there is another way of earning a lot of souls. Okay, chat. Should I show off some of the invasion mechanics, like actually being a real naughty boy and, like, invading other people's games? That's a good way to get lots of souls quickly. Or should I try saving people from being invaded with the Blue Sentinels? Your choice. Brotherhood of Blood or Blue Sentinels? if a bit of both. Bit of both is tricky, so what I can do is start off with the Brotherhood of Blood, since we don't actually need to be a member of their covenant to invade others. They just give you more bonuses for doing so. No contestants, right? Yes. Yes. No! No! No, we were so close. Hold on, hold on. Val says implying the Blue Sentinels actually do anything. Well, at least in vanilla they did. And I actually prefer being a Blue Sentinel because, I don't know, it's a less loathsome thing to do to other players, but, I mean, we just need the souls. So, yeah, sorry, we need them souls. Hashtag need them souls. Well, we're gonna travel to one of my favorite places to invade, No Man's Wharf. And try this out a few times. The Varangians make great backup. Like, fantastic backup. What you do is you pop a red eye orb, get added to a queue, and almost instantly, yeah, you'll be called in to mess up the day of somebody who is yet to clear the area boss. So, you want to be real cheeky, I guess you could just wait on the pirate ship with the Varangians. But that gives them time to summon in people, say, like Lucatiel, who can absolutely wreck your day. That's not what you want. That's not what you want at all. And have a look here. We spawn right next to, Carillion. Looks like somebody ain't done a whole lot over here. Probably just got to the area not long ago. Hello there. Hi. I would kick this down to help you, but I think I've been spawned in kind of the wrong area. Hello. Hi, don't worry, I look a lot worse than I am. But you're getting a bit close. But because it's so dark in here, we can't effectively lock on. That's going to be a problem. This one could be trouble. They're dual-wielding pretty effectively. Hey, buddies, how's it going? Holding it down, holding it down. Good. How's the kids? Good. Great. I hear those dogs on the hunt. Sup, Varangian? Gavlan? Wheelin' and dealin' as ever. Oh. Did I somehow spawn into an area of the level they can't quite access yet? Oh, that would be interesting. Well, let's get on with it then, buddy. We haven't all day. If only there was a way for me to get down and around from over here. I'm sure there is. One moment. Ooh, yeah, let's fight in here. Not. Where'd they go? Oh, this is tense. Maybe if we, Where could they have gone? Wait, no. We can get to him. Val says, Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal. One of my favorite merchants in the series. Is this water I can stand in? Why, yes it is. Okay, buddy, we're coming for you. Now that I've overcome my severe hydrophobia... Oh, well, look who it is. Hello! Sorry about this, bud, really. But, we all need the souls, you know? What, you thought the Jester wasn't going to be using the most evil-looking magic in the series? Come on now. Oh, no, you don't. Ooh, dude ain't half bad, honestly. Well, tell you what, this is time for what we call a strategic retreat. Hey there, boy. You want to avenge your fallen comrades? Go get him. Go get him. Wow. One of Vendrick's infantry really holding it down. And now the Varangians joining in the fun. Ooh. So to be fair, this player is doing perfectly well for this stage of the game. They just have healing and I do not. Well, not normally, anyway. So, why don't we just mosey on over here towards some Varangian buddies who can definitely help us whittle this one down. Or better yet, my best buddies. I play this game like a coward, you guys know it. Taking down the Varangians pretty capably. Good job, good job. Really, guys? There we go. Have fun! Oh, buddy, chasing after me is a very bad idea. Because I know where all the enemies are. See, this is the real essence of invading to me. You get to serve as like a mini-boss in somebody else's game. And, like, yeah, there are people who are really, like, mean about it, and kind of just exist to grief other players, but I think it's fun just to play around with folks like this. I'm not using some overbuilt PvP character. I'm not ridiculously powerful or ridiculously competent. I'm just having fun with them. And some would argue that's actually exponentially worse conduct, but... This poor guy needs to get off the sauce. Dude's got plenty of Estus flasks, gotta give him that. I remember in Demon Souls, where like both players, like Invader and Invadee, had access to consumable restorative items, there was this one guy who I just kept running down. I think he invaded me or something, but he had like an equipment destroyer build, and he was faster than me. MC says trying to find an alternate route up. Well, he ain't gonna. Have fun! Can we agree, though? This player's quite good. Like, especially for this stage of the game, quite early on, they're doing really well. Only problem, don't look like they have a torch. And the only way up goes through me, I think. Oh, we don't have the one I really want. There's one where you can just, like, sit down. Val says, overabundance of skill from your opponent can be a little disheartening, but adding that extra layer of difficulty paired with a bit of cowardly play is a bit asinine. Oh, I'm sorry, I just seem to get more enjoyment out of it this way. I like the idea of being a boss-type character in these sorts of games. And this character, for instance, is doing really well. Like, I'm not posing much of a threat to him. And one of my favorite ways to... Well done! Now what that's gonna do is render these guys effectively inert, if you can cut them down in short order, but also make you way more vulnerable to the Varangians and myself. See, one of the things I really like about invasions is getting to work alongside the same types of enemies that I've been fighting against the entire game, right? So getting to kind of understand their mechanics and how they work in order to better execute a proper invasion. This character, I will just say, is very, very good. Early game still has plenty of consumables, using them quite well. Oh, well, hello. Are we gonna do some stuff? We gonna bring the shit? No? Well, enjoy. Isn't there an invasion timer? If there is, it's pretty damn long. Now he's doing something pretty smart. He's just trying to make it to the end as quick as he can, I think. What on earth? Oh, he was trying to see if he could break through it. Good, good. Also, this allows me to just see how other people play the game, which is always one of my favorite things to do. Well, if you guys are effectively worthless now, you guys are still holding it down. Val says maybe I should stream sometime and have you harass me from chat. Oh, no worries, man. I'd love to see you play. Honestly, I would. You are doubtless much better at this than I am. But this is, yeah. This guy's effectively fought me to a stalemate in No Man's Cove, or No Man's Wharf, and I think part of that is, we invaded him before he got to the really exploitable areas. Or them, I'm sorry. We invaded them before they got to the really exploitable areas where I could just pile on with a bunch of Dark Lurker, or Dark Stalkers. Oh, look! Look! Bringing the heat. Oh, the allotted time has elapsed. Yeah, we're out. So, my friend, goodbye. No Man's Sky, oh dear. So we're gonna try that again. I do want to show off as much of the multiplayer as I can over these next couple of streams, and I promise this should end much, much better. There is a time limit. That person was just really resilient. Did good. Good job there. And while we're waiting, I guess we could, like, farm some Varangian armor or something. Ooh, got hit with that oil, but we're in water, so we're good. Ooh. That's right, this version of the game is the one just loaded with Drangleic infantry. This, of course, is also getting us souls, not a ton of them, but some. Lots of axemen around. See, No Man's Wharf was a great area to invade in vanilla Dark Souls 2, because instead of, like, the Drangleic infantry, this whole, like, leftmost half of the key was loaded to the brim with Varangians. Is this my scimitar plus 6 we're using? Yeah, okay. Ooh. Got the Varangian armor. I don't know if we had a set of that already or not. Did we already use our... Unable to find world to invade? It shouldn't give us that message so promptly. Huh. Well, that's what the bonfire's for. Zoning us out and then back in. Val says, I think that means there isn't anyone eligible in your level range. Oh, okay. Let's see if... Oh, got one that time. Fingers crossed, kids, this could be fun. Or soul memory, right. Yeah, there's soul level and soul memory. A lot of new mechanics introduced in this one. Not all of which, to be fair, are explained all that well. Alrighty. Let's see what today's contestant is like. Well, we've spawned in a beautiful location. Check out, we got this very scenic view of lovely No Man's Wharf. They've yet to pull the pirate ship into dock, but that's alright. Looks like they're quite early on indeed. We can have some fun with them nonetheless. Val says, I personally hate soul memory. It prevented having a long-lasting co-op playthrough with a friend. I think they might have made the limits on that more lenient for, like, password matching in the PS or the current gen re-release, but I don't know. That it did suck at launch, yes. You're right. So where are they? Where is our contestant? Contestant, you're on. We're live. I didn't invade some poor soul at the very beginning of the area, did I? Oh, that sucks. Hi. Are they away from the keyboard? Are they AFK, as the children say? Oh, jeez. There's no fun in this. Huh. I'm sorry, man. I'm really, really sorry. Oh, that wasn't fun at all. Val says Scholar the First Sin doesn't have password play. They use a ring with a special insignia. That's what I meant. Me and my friends just always called them passwords. Well, let's try again to get something a bit less sad. They were wearing one of my favorite armor sets too, the Alva armor set. It's a really, really good armor set for lighter characters, because it's got exceptional defenses for something pretty light. Okay, so the well has run dry here, but not to worry. There's always more places to find eager contestants. Oh, why not Earthen Peak? Yeah. Yeah, Earthen Peak's got some fun enemies to team up with, especially with all those pyromancers. For whatever reason, it gives me a human effigies effect here. Val says, dude, Alva is a fantastic set. I think it's actually what the Cinder set was based on from Souls 3. It is! Yes, it was. In that game, I think it's called just the Red set or something, but... let's see. We're on! Now, players around here can actually be quite difficult, because remember, even though the enemies are on our side, that poison is as dangerous to us as it is to our contestants. And we're oh, man. What perfect spawn. Yeah, baby. Alright, boys. We got this. How's it doing? Oh, wow, they actually sent me away somehow. How on earth does that happen? Val says, so when you beat a world boss, it automatically applies a burned effigy effect so you don't have to deal with invaders if you want to farm a little after you beat the boss. I did not know that. That's really cool, actually. Oh, and it still used up my orb. Are you kidding me? Well, that's alright. We'll try again. Cheeky, cheeky, that last one, sending us away. Does nobody want to fight the fun scimitar jester? Disconnected their router or used a soapstone crystal. Probably the soapstone, I think. So we can see our contestant right over there. They've yet to drain the poison, which means, well, I'm not in a great position, but hold on, we can manage. Oh! Jesus! They're really, really good, actually. Jesus Christ. That player knew what they were doing. Yep, that is the bane of all, Val just brought it up in chat, that's the bane of all PvP players in Dark Souls. Like, a big old greatsword, usually a near-naked build to, like, minimize their stamina drain and maximize their recovery, and just spamming R1 attacks with a really wide range. It's hell. And MC says, and with no respect. That's true. Let's try that. What? Somebody definitely disconnected their router there. Val says the Dark Sword from Souls 3 had stupid stagger upon release, had to be nerfed in a patch. I remember that. It's still one of the best weapons in the game, but at launch it was crazy. Oh yeah, speaking of, you know how we saw in the item description for the Dark Gauntlets that the Dark Wraiths have been all but forgotten and their equipment, like, scattered to the four winds? Really cool world building. Hey look, it's that person who sent us away not long ago. Oh, and they've got help. Oh Jesus Christ, do they have help. Get them, you fools! Oh, well done, you fools. You. Oh no, you don't! You tried to get away from me once, I'm not having that again. They're looking for help to summon. Oh. Oh, baby. I'm sorry. What? Again? Val said, wow, a twin blade. Yeah. Oh, I know what they did. They must have used a homeward bone or something, right? You... And I was going to win that one. I was going to win it handily. Come on now. Val says, no, I think they have an internet toggle switch. Oh, they must have. Okay. We have a new contestant this time. Real quick. MC says no win for poor old Brady. No, but a moral victory. Val says him stopping for a moment was indicative of that. He was reaching over to hit it. Oh, I see. Go ahead and pop a moss, because we never want to be caught with poison while we're screening a contestant. Holding it down, man. Keep it up the good work. Now let's go looking for today's player. Oh. Oh, look at that. Something appears to be hidden down there, wouldn't you say? Yes. Val says, holy crap, his core and shoulders must be fucking shredded. Yeah, indeed, these ninjas are like the King Shadows are really nightmarish combatants. So where is our friend here? Clearly, they're further down in the peak than we are. Them ninjas have a lot of muscle, they do. They do. Speaking of, I got Ghost of Tsushima last week, I think. Gonna try getting into that in a couple days. Probably not on stream right off. But just kind of seeing what it's all about. Oh, here they are. And they've got help. They've got lots of help, but so do I. No. Bell says I can't play it because I'm on PC. Oh yeah, it is a console exclusive, isn't it? That's a shame. Well, are we going to try to come flush me out or no? Yeah, that looks like a no. Which, admittedly, is the smart move to make, but, Are they summoning someone else? Ah, yes, hello. Ooh, very good. Why is that Grave Warden doing nothing? Oh, right, he aggroes very slowly. No! You fucking kidding me? Okay, that one was on me. That one was entirely on me. Welcome to Dark Souls 2, about 6 invasions, 1 definite win. There's no way I could have beaten them anyway, though. That phantom they summoned in, the Sunlight Warrior, looked really strong. MC says, time to clip. Oh no, that's right, we only clip the bad parts. Now my soul should be wherever I died, or near where I died, yeah. No, there was not a win. Yeah, there was an AFK player, and then there was the player who, like, disconnected 2 or 3 times, which I'm going to chalk up as a win, because, you know, why wouldn't you? Real quick, before we carry on properly through the game, because screw it, let's see if we can't get any more friends to the Tomb of Giants. Or the Saint's Grave, which is basically Tomb of the Giants. So 2 technical wins from Invasion. Unfortunately, yeah, that's invading in Dark Souls 2. It's tough. Not impossible at all, but tough. There we go! Back to PvP my way. Really cheap. Pocket Mammoth, eh? Well, alrighty, who's playing today? Oh dear. Oh, they're a cleric build. Interesting. I'm the opposite of that. Hello. Very good. Good rolls. Really now. Good build. Good build for a caster, honestly. But not quite durable enough to make it through Brady's gigantic tomb of totally safe and family-friendly fun. Come on now. This is fun. This is the fun tomb. This is where boredom goes to die. Hand axe. And a shitload of stamina, of course. After them, my pets. And, yeah, pretty good caster build. Val says false, no huge skeleton hanging out in the Grave of Saints, and it's not dark as shit. Totally fair. Well, there's some huge skeletons hanging about, but no live ones. Very true. MC says should be clipped first time I use it. Feel free. And Val says anti-cleric meet death. He's got Vingarl's helmet and a hand axe. Yeah, the hand axe was a little weird, but he could have been going for like a low mid-strength build. And just got that really cool helmet somewhere. And Val says Brady repeatedly shanking his opponent. Look, this is fun. We're having fun. It's basically my PvP style. That, and with like a half dozen dwarves or rats doing all of the actual fighting for me. Oh, I know I'm not good at this game's PvP, but I really enjoy getting to take part in it like this. And the stakes are so low, man. You don't even take your opponent's souls, I don't think. You just get a certain disbursement. Val says, kind of threw me off. To be fair, he could have been building for a paladin. Yeah, seemed like a partially realized paladin build, maybe. Can we get anything else? Anything else at all? And, of course, the rewards for upgrading the Rat King Covenant all make it much easier to, like, screw over other players in PvP. Like, basically, everything you get for this guild, or Covenant, is based around, like, really bizarre, cheap tactics for PvP victory. Specifically, the Rat King's gifts are largely based around acid, which drastically reduces the durability of your opponent's weapons and armor. And hey, even if you can't kill somebody, if you can shatter a couple of their rings and put them out a few thousand souls, ain't that worth it itself? I think so. I'm gonna try to pull one more friend, and then maybe conclude the stream with, well, some leveling, and then maybe an attempt at the mid-boss of Iron Peak, which we can get Lucatiel for, so even if I don't get my super weapon, my super sword by then, we can still have some fun with it. Val says the rewards from rat tail trade-ins are also great from getting stuff from the Crow and things betwixt. Very true, they are. The Rat King Covenant, the way I describe its rewards to, like, friends, or have in the past, is the stuff it gives you is way less impressive than what almost any other Covenant gives you pound for pound, but you're able to obtain a pipeline of it way more reliably. The Rat King Covenant is about a very steady drip of souls and items to the player, whereas the others are really high risk, high reward, most of them. This is more my play style. Very safe, very certain. Val says, a soup or sword? Oh, if only. If only. If that was a deal at, like, these chain restaurants, like a lunch deal, I would go for the sword, like the $5.99 sword every time. Let's see, are we going to have any friends at all? MC says it's also less angering. Yeah, really. It's less frustrating for the contestants that get pulled in. MC says people are asking for it. Exactly. It's less frustrating for them. They don't lose anything. It's also way less frustrating for me because people don't summon in, like, overpowered phantoms to aid them, or disconnect their internet 3 or 4 times, or, like, try and kite me out. Yeah. Val says, to hell with getting a wedding band or bouquet of flowers, I want a fucking sword. Agreed. Also, like, that'd be... I'll never say no to a sword. Well, looks like we may just have to be content with what we have, and head back to Majula to level up a little bit, and then to the old Iron Peak. MC says, imagine the wedding dress sword. To be fair, there is one Souls-like game, a small, like, indie Souls-like, on Steam called Sinner: Sacrifice for Redemption, and one of the bosses has something very similar. Very, very similar. It's Levin Undok, I think. Val says, I've seen that. Yeah, no, Sacrifice for Redemption is a really, really cool little game, and for what it is, it's very good. Anything at all? No? Well, now I'm a sad clown. Back to Majula we go. MC says, you're a clown, alright. I mean, yeah, actually, that's more or less my stream persona. Bearer, seek lest. What do we got? Just one level up. Oh, man. We'll get there eventually, folks. Just 3 more. 3 more. Now, the Elan Knights drop a really healthy parcel of souls apiece, so as long as we don't just get eviscerated by them multiple times, which in that big open courtyard is a thing that really can happen, we should be good to... Oh, who are you? Oh, like another player. Never mind. Oh, no, not the catalyst. We want this. We want the shield. Alright, since we're no longer in rat territory. Val says the side-scroller game called Salt and Sanctuary has a two-handed weapon simply named the Kuremura, referencing the Japanese pronunciation of Claymore because they can't enunciate. Yeah, right. Salt and Sanctuary is another really great game, by the way. One I may stream at some point. It's got a very interesting pseudo-Covenant style system. Ah, the Elan Knight armor. There we go. That is some good stuff. It's not Jester good, to be fair, but it is very good. Another katana, and they just keep coming. As you can see, their aggro range is pretty generous, even compared to a lot of enemies we've seen elsewhere in the game. What do we got? Hello, friend. In TB Skyne's boss design analysis series... Oh, right, there's two of you. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. He just referred to the Elan Knights. I don't think he ever did learn their proper name until the DLC. He referred to them exclusively as the Weebs. Which, I mean, fair description. And Val gives us a great breakdown of the Covenant-like system in Salt and Sanctuary. The Covenants actually go more into the actual gameplay. Each bonfire you rest at, called Sanctuaries, has a specific Covenant or religion aligned, associated with it. Some bonfires are already claimed, so you don't get the full benefits unless you're in that Covenant. Yeah. And MC says, I wish I could get Blood Omen Legacy of Kain on GOG. I missed that game. Never played any of the, Legacy of Kain... Or, no, that series. I've never played any of that series. But I know they have, like, a fantastic reputation. And sound like they'd be a lot of fun. Okay, so the Weeb Knight archers are gonna be the big problem here. Everything else is pretty manageable. But this is kind of Dark Souls 2's equivalent of the sniper Silver Knight archers from Anne Orlando. Except this is arguably more difficult. The archers, if you recall, we made it past on our very first try. We will probably not replicate that here. There's just a lot to fight through. MC says not the very first game. Okay. Or the very first one isn't on Steam. We want to move very slowly because every few steps we're going to aggro more Elan Knights. As you can see. They just never stop coming. Ow. And the ones sniping at us most of this time are actually the Elan Knight captains. They're a bit bulkier and have an electrified katana, but that's about it. They fight Aeto or quick draw style, but in melee they're actually nowhere near as nasty as these guys. Val says never stop stopping. Best way to play this game, just start and stop, start and stop. Oh, they can put some English on those arrows like just about every other archer in the game. Have you noticed that? The arrows do home in just a little. Is there not a fight waiting us down here? Nope, just another archer. But this gives us access to the first archer. Now, believe it or not, they wield just the normal Elan Knight armor, or they wear the normal Elan Knight armor. But they have a special chest piece. We got the Life Ring +1, very good, and some Twinkling Titanite, both solid prizes for all of the mess we just had to go through. The big objective here is to, like, quell that fire raging in the smelter. Or furnace, I suppose. And also to lower the drawbridge. We can do that. Yeah. Luckily, this is just a regular Elan Knight up there. Oh, I see how it is. Your projectiles can hit me, but mine are a little too blobby to hit you. Or no, they're too short-ranged, actually. I think Dark Orb does have a limited range. That's okay. This may just open the door. Nope. That's what we wanted. It lowered half of the drawbridge. Christ. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna lower the drawbridge, okay? Then we're going to loot this entire area very thoroughly, and then we're never coming here again except to, like, make runs to the boss. And here we go. Their placements have been made a little more challenging in this version. Like most enemies, really. There were a lot of them originally, but not quite this many. Val says, I think they have a chest piece and a helmet, the Elan Knight captains. They may do. I just know I've gotten the chest piece before. I don't know about anything else. We'll see. Ow. And Val says, wow, okay, their walk cycle is so goofy. Like, seriously, it's so sped up. They're supposed to stalk. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a change made to this edition as well. Hello, you. It's not you I'm concerned about, it's your captain. Fortunately, the captains are nowhere near as durable as they would look. Val says, nah, that's been a thing ever since OG Souls 2. It's been stupidly funny looking. Yeah, I think it would be more dignified if they just broke into the Naruto run. Jesus, are you kidding me? Oh, well, you're new. Nice try. This should stop the smelter. Ow. Are you kidding me? No! Oh, You... Okay. Okay, that's really bad. But this is what happens in this particular area. I can tell you with certainty it was nowhere near this overloaded with Elan Knights in the original game. There were maybe, and I'm counting the little atrium, like where Madgerold is and all of that in this assessment. There were maybe half as many Elan Knights total as there are right now. Again, remember, a whole lot of the changes to Scholar of the First Sin were made specifically to quell the raging, it's not hard enough section of the fandom, who thought that Vanilla Souls 2 was way too easy, which, again, it really wasn't. I forgot all about this. We've hit the point now where I forgot a lot of the changes that were made to Scholar of the First Sin. Stuff up through, like, the Bastille, I tended to have a general idea of what was different. Here, no. Because I played through this version once, quite a long time ago. And I can say with certainty, the Elan Knights do move faster now. Like, they recover from attacks a bit faster than they did in the original. That walk cycle is just friggin' ridiculous. Like, I remember in the original, distinctly remember them being really easy to backstab because of the recovery from their overhead slash, and now it looks like all of their animations have just been sped up. And Val says pretty much, I thought it was difficult enough, as some of the mechanics were hard to get used to coming from other Souls games. Very true, and like, there's a lot of really intelligent, well thought out encounter design in this game, regardless of the version you play. I think their poise was increased too. Yes, it was. I think they were all given, like, the base poise of the captains. That sounds right. And again, they're friggin' everywhere now. MC says, so basically the demon heart curse from Hand of Fate 2? Yeah, more or less. And I don't get this. It's like, if there's any enemy here you need to make a little bit faster to make them challenging, it would be the ironclad soldiers. Not these guys. Their vulnerability to backstabs are just about the only thing that keep Elan Knights from being some of the most difficult enemies in the entire game. Because I can't help myself. Val says, ironclads are already dumb, they do need buffs. Agreed, yeah. Like, make them a little bit faster, not... Wow, we've gotten like 4 katanas. I mean, not complaining, but geez. Oh no, you don't. And here they come, 3 at once. Their aggro range was also drastically increased, I want to say. And here they come. Just at a friggin' tear. Okay, so heavy attacks seem to ameliorate their speed pretty well. Yeah, there we go. More katanas, more armor. Just throw it all on the pile at this point. At least we're finally getting some use out of these life gems. They're not going to be super useful for too much longer, especially as we dump a few more points into our health. How do you feel about the darkness, sir? Not super good as it happens. Good. Oh, of course. Val said, so I just did a quick Google. The captains do drop a special helmet and a special chest piece. Oh, that's really cool. Thanks for letting us know. And MC says these guys have the shits, they need to go, but have to deal with you real quick. That makes too much sense, actually. Can I target the captain from over here? I should be able to, because he can target me. Come on. Yep, the arrows do in fact home in on us. That's interesting is a polite way of putting it. It's not just theirs, though. I think it's all projectile-based enemies in the game that can do that for whatever reason. It's a very mild homing effect, so, you know, whatever. Can I hit you from here, sir? No. Just want to take care of you without spawning your friends, or aggroing them. Oops, too late. There we go. Val says, if I remember right, this Vaihanda was moved here on the right down the stairs, unless that's where it initially was. And hello, darkness, my old friend. We made it, somehow. Very good. We get some destructive great arrows, the captain's special arrows. That's a boss door, obviously. We want to pop on over real quick and not only lower the drawbridge properly, but pick up our souls. Beautiful. Now, so long as we've quelled the fire, which we have, we can use the smelter as a nice, quick, and easy little passage between the two halves of the courtyard. This is a great shortcut, and that makes that boss entirely skippable, ultimately. We're not going to, of course, because we need them both for some great gear and for Lucatiel's quest line. Or they're a great choice to fight for Lucatiel's quest line, I should say. All that's left is an item over there, that'll be what we get last, and then some stuff over here. Perfect. Dragon Bone, upgrade material, of course. Here, a Pharos Lockstone can be used to spawn a small pool of water, which you can coat yourself with to temporarily boost your resistance to fire. We're not going to do that. It's not really worth it. Val said, I think the fact that they added more special Smelter Demon in the DLCs, so nothing super special. Oh, here's this Vaihanda. There it is. Oh, this is always like anti-bleeding consumables and some cash. Alright, I'm not gonna turn my nose up at that. So real quick, with all of our souls now, what we're gonna do is head back to the bonfire, rest up, head to Majula, hopefully get just enough strength to properly wield that damn katana and upgrade it a bit further, and then come back here for the Smelter Demon fight, which will cap off today's stream. It's a really good fight from a design perspective, so we'll be able to have quite a bit of fun with it. Having Lucatiel along, unlike the other two fights where it kind of dampened the fun and enjoyment of the fight for me, is going to be really handy because the Smelter Demon is easily, I think, the tankiest normal boss in the base game. Val says that sentence was trash, let me try again. They added more Smelter Demons, so it just kind of made the regular boss kind of subpar. Souls 1 had the Taurus Demon and Capri Sun Demon that turned into regular enemies, but those were in the beginning of the game. I think the way the Smelter Demon's done in the DLC is a little bit different, but we can discuss that when I actually get to that DLC much, much later on. This fight, at least for my money, is really good at what it's trying to do. I would say it's better, easily better than the Capra Demon from a design standpoint, and probably better than the Taurus Demon as well. No, in fact, I'll say definitely, but hold on, where's my katana? We need a large Titanite. Well, for that, we have a merchant now. Or we should have. Well, Gilligan's here. Typically, the stone trader will come back here. Might as well buy some spells while we're here.
You scroll.
Nothing for us. Okay. Val says it's definitely better than the other two, but I'm more so saying that Smelter Demon was brought to their level, even though he's a mid-game boss instead of an early-game one. I got you. No, I can see that. So we want to go talk to that stone trader in Harvest Valley, who should have relocated here, but hasn't yet. And buy some Titanite from her, some nice big Titanite chunks, or shards. Notice that since we burned that one single windmill, all of the standing, like, stagnant poison in the area is gone. Chloanne, yeah, the stone trader. Oh, she doesn't have any large shards yet. Well, that's okay, well...
These stones, mate, some of them are used to smith weapons.
We've seen all this before, I think.
Triangle, how is it that I ended up here? It's funny. I've searched every...
There we go.
I suppose...
So now she'll head back to the shrine, or to Majula. And from Majula, either she'll have new inventory available to us there, or we have to wait a little bit and she'll expand it. Throughout the game, she'll start incorporating limited and then unlimited. Val says you have to clear the Iron King to ever spawn large shards. Ah, hell. Well, that's alright. Wait, we actually do know someone who has a few, I think. Unless we bought them all, McDuff might have a couple still. We only need two. And then we'll be able to get our katana up to at least a +7. Which, for this stage in the game, is really good. And that's exactly how many we can afford. Perfect. Let me make sure that's all we need. Yep, we're good. Now, just need to pop this so we can actually afford enhancement. Now we just need more souls for that.
I'll be...
Sorry I'm taking so long on the preparation. This is probably the longest downtime we've had in the entire playthrough so far. But, trust me, you kinda sorta want to be prepared for what's coming up, especially if you're a squishier build like mine. And having a better weapon is gonna be a huge part of that. Well, no, let's think. Where's the best place to, get some extra souls? We don't need many. Just a few thousand. Anything I've been wanting to farm? Val says I'd say head to Hade's Tower. That's not a bad suggestion. I think I'll do just that. Oh, and while we're here, since we have some fragrant branches, we can take on that little side area that's holed off behind a petrified creature down in the sewers. All of that combined should give us more than enough souls. Look at all those special little status buff icons in the upper left that the Jester's armor bestows us with. Well, a couple of those come from rings too, but most of it is in fact the armor. So good. Val says all of them give at least 500. If you put on the Company of Champions, I think they give a little more and respawn indefinitely. They do. They do. And we've got, like, a couple buffs from the Covetous Silver Serpent Ring and the Jester Armor. Really looking forward to Elden Ring whenever that's planning on coming out. I've heard some people saying, like, oh, it's gonna be late this year, but I'm guessing next year, especially given the current state of the world. It'd be great if we get, like, a holiday release, though. FromSoft, typically, if I recall, don't show too much of their games before they actually release them, which is nice. Remember when game companies used to do that and actually give you, like, pleasant surprises instead of, oh, we've shown you all the gameplay, but not the microtransaction store? Oh, man. Val says I'm a little weirded out by the concept. Sounds like Warframe with less space ninja. It sounds pretty good to me. Like a big, wider world with standard, like, Souls-like gameplay, loads more to do and see. I'm all about that. Right, let's see what you're hiding. Nothing to be done for these folks, they'll just attack us as soon as they find their feet. And Val says I'm holding out at this point. That's fair enough, as long as it's not like some huge multiplayer-centric title. Or no, I think it's a Dragonbone Dust. Oh, meet the Mammoth Knights. They are rather elite enemies that are found in slightly better condition later in the game. One of them somehow ended up down here. They did tend to lose their way pretty easily, but these were like some of Vendrick's elite guards. I really like their design, and they are near and dear to my heart for reasons we shall see later on. Estus Flask Shard. Their halberds are so overpowered. Yes, they are. They really are. Mastodon Knights, that's what they're called. The Knight set, like just the standard, like, starting game Knight set. That's not bad if you don't have it. Really solid defense all around, not too heavy. And behind this door... Oh, right, this is a bashed-in door. Well, we got Nestus Flask Shard, which is easily worth it, as is. Can pop a Homeward Bone and get out of here. Should be a fair amount of souls, too. It is. Enough for a single more weapon ascension? Hold on. How many old branches do we have, though? If we got one more, I might use this time to head back to Things Betwixt and clear up their little side area while we're at it. That'll give us more than enough souls. Lots of extra fun gear, of course, but more than enough souls to further enhance the weapon twice. And trust me, friends, a dark enhanced black steel katana is a thing of beauty. As Val pointed out earlier, it's got somewhat awkward moves, but is ridiculously tough. Val says you could either do that or work with the pyromancer. I don't typically use pyromancy, or in this playthrough I'm not going to much, so we're fine on that front for now. We will see to them later. And through here we could find a basilisk nest, which has replaced, like, just some random little, like, tutorial area in the first game. Or in the vanilla game. We got a raw stone. And some cheeky undead sniping at us with a very weak bow. These guys are much tougher than the tutorial enemies, of course. Val says it does give you access to Benart's quest in Vengarl. Berart is interesting, and I'm probably going to show him off. Vengarl never did a whole lot for me. So they drop raw stone. That's interesting. In the original game, they would drop Eyes of Death, the special, like, relic you needed to offer to the Gravelord Nido to further advance her covenant. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Another flask shard. Good stuff, good stuff. Val asks, Nito's a chick? I think so, or that's at least, like, my reading of it, so at no point is any gender ever properly ascribed to Nito by, like, in-game lore or text or anything like that. But the only real, like, noises you hear throughout the fight are various feminine screams when Nito unleashes her most powerful attacks. So, I can only imagine that Nito, or the soul of the primordial dead fueling it, is female. Like, no other characters or spells, attacks in the game have ridiculous disembodied screams associated with them that I'm aware of, that don't come from the caster. So, MC says, I still want Brady to experience Velis' tale of revenge and ascension. Oh, we will, in time. In time. Right now, let's kill Shrek, though, for some more soul. Oh, we've been double Shrek'd. I forgot about that. The casket is interesting, but it does nothing that will actually, like, change the gameplay. Good old favorite tactic of Dark Souls players right here. Yeah, Val says it does next to nothing unless you want to flaunt the sorcerer set. So what it does is change your player's gender. Every time you, like, sit in the casket. It's a nice, like, random little, like, character kind of reroll thing you can find, like, just very early on in the first, or in the vanilla game, but takes a little bit of unlocking to get to here. And yeah, the mutant Shreks drop a ridiculous amount of souls, as they should, because they're pretty tough. And he says, "Oh, I think you have a body issue with the basilisks behind." Yeah, we do. They also have spawning issues. God, I love this game. Is there any other loot down here on the beach, though? Dal says, "Alright, go fight the pursuer." Again? Oh, hey, round 4. You know, it'd be really great if you could drop your soul again. That'd be aces. There you go. Give me something I can punish. Hey, that's one of Darkseid's attacks from Kingdom Hearts. Don't you rip off a legend. And another Twinkling Titanite. Val says he shows up so many times throughout Scholar. Yes, he does. Well, we have enough souls now. Well, let's quit this place. MC says, it is annoying to have the same demi-boss coming over and over with the same moveset. Normally, I'd say yeah, but here it kind of fits with his lore, and he never poses like a complete and total non-threat to you, but I do appreciate that he serves as a pretty solid barometer of how much you, as a player, have improved, both in terms of skill and stats throughout the game. It'd be different if we were having to fight something like Artorias 100,000 times. That happens in Dark Souls 3, but I think it's fine with a simple early game boss like that showing up to test you time and again. Now, to be fair, in Dark Souls 2 Vanilla, I think it only happened... MC says I'd like to see him add moves to his set. I agree, that would be really cool, like one new move per encounter, but I think in the first game he only appeared a couple of times. Oh, and Cloanne's here now, by the way. We now have the Super Katana. Now, on paper, it deals less damage than this. 176 plus a 73 dex modifier. But this is 171 with a 112 dex modifier. Those stat modifiers can make absolute beasts of you, let me tell you what.
Is that a
Oh yes, please, take our shards. Val says, though to be entirely fair, the Pursuer Corpse, hunting down undead is within canon. The only extra move he gets is that he gets the buff that he normally only acquires when he stabs you. That's right. And I think, like, the dark orb volley is only usable when he's powered up. We are... whatever to dump this into. Dex is still looking pretty good. I'd be inclined to use more endurance, but with our Chloranthy ring and everything else, we get stamina regen. It's pretty great. Let's Val suspended on adaptability. Oh, like hell. Like hell. I'm thinking... with where we are and how we've been doing, let's try getting faith up to like 15 or 20, and then we can focus on rounding out our other stats. Stamina or faith? Yeah, I went for faith. It'll give me access to some better hexes, make my hexes that I already have just a wee bit better. MC says, I'm absolutely not reproaching a boss monster to reappear over and over, but it should not simply scale on power. I agree. Don't I have one more flash shard? We used both of them, I think. Yeah, we did. Oh, and while we're at it, I think I can use better, our better staff now. Great dark scaling, which is perfect for us. Sir, you need to have a special zip tie placed around that thing for the duration of the convention. Thank you. MC says, just build it so the final encounter with it is epic and or memorable. Yeah, I agree. The only issue with the way that worked, at least in Dark Souls 2, is, well, it may play out differently here, but the final encounter with the Pursuer in Dark Souls 2 had there spawn in 2 of them. Which, that's definitely memorable the first time you see it, let me tell you what. Look at the damage this katana does, baby. Yeah. MC says, okay, memorable, but in a positive way. Fair point. Fair point. No, yeah, the Pursuer's reappearances definitely could be workshopped. I agree with you. They just don't bother me, I guess. But not bothering me, and... MC says, I sighed at that so hard, by the way. That's alright, it's expected at this point. Val says a lot of everything can technically be workshopped for eternity. Also, fair point. Now what we need to do, first off, is dodge the captain's arrows, and then find Lucatiel's summon sign. It should be right by the boss door. Oh, damn you. Hold on, though. First, we've got to kite, like, the 800 samurai who are going to come diving for us as soon as we hit the... MC says a lot of that's true, you need a place to stop. I would say just having the final Pursuer fight give you another copy of its soul would be sufficient. Like, just change the loot up at the very least, or have each Pursuer drop a piece of its armor. Ow. Ow! Oh, this is not gonna end well. Yep. You have to move so slowly through that courtyard. Now, to be fair, there's a bonfire right on the other side of it, so they kind of knew what they were designing. It's a tiny, tiny area. Val says you need to workshop it enough or you get any Bethesda game either, ever, but there does need to be a stopping point or it'll be like Cyberpunk 2077 and never be finished. I'm okay with a game taking a long time as Cyberpunk has done, if it's gonna be on like the same level of quality as Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is possibly my favorite RPG of all time, certainly this past console generation. And hey, if stuff like that takes a little bit more time in the oven, I'm alright with it. Val says one Alon Knight to his buddy, that'll teach him. It'll never teach him. I never learn. Folks who've been watching my streams long enough ought to know that. Val says, I agree, that was a bit of an egregious example, but still, here's a better example. Any major Square Enix game or anything Tetsuya Nomura ever helmed. Like, games that are of decent to, like, pretty good quality, but spend years in the oven just to get, like, minor, totally meaningless story developments or things like that, quote-unquote, perfect. Kojima, too? Yeah, Kojima takes a while, but usually has something to show for it. Like the Tetsuya Nomura, the Kingdom Hearts director, who also worked as the director of Final Fantasy 15 until it went nowhere for so long. He was basically told to screw off and go make Kingdom Hearts 3 instead. You know, the one that he was supposed to have been working on concurrently. Is the most egregious example, I think. And Val raises a perfectly good point. Kingdom Hearts has a story? Yeah, one that the director thinks is objectively much better than it is. There's this great line in Kingdom Hearts 3, toward the end of the Toy Story world, where good old Woody speaks for all of us. One of the villains goes on one of those weird, like, pseudo-philosophical monologues that seems to, like, compensate or fill in for characterization in Kingdom Hearts. And at the end of it, at the end of this overwrought emotional monologue, Woody says something to the effect of, I think it is, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't care. Which, the first time I played that game all alone in my living room at like 11:30 at night, earned a standing ovation from me. It's my favorite line in the entire series. Val says, I think it's your favorite line in the series because it practically sums up the entire series. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Come on. Look at their goofy little run. I love it. Oh, you survived 2 of my special attacks. Well, 3rd one's free. MC says, reminds me of the story of Prey. Prey took a long time to be made, and the result was interesting and original, but nothing that was, like, very liked. I had a lot of fun with that game. I've heard it's actually really good if you can appreciate it for what it is, so... yeah, I might look into it myself sometime soon. And Val said, everyone is just there for Final Fantasy cross Disney. A lot of people, yeah. I enjoy the Kingdom Hearts series largely. It's one of my favorite series of all time, if I'm being totally honest. But I enjoy it so much for the incredible audio-visual design and some really creative, like, boss battles and encounters. Not to say there's not a whole lot of areas where the series really could have been improved and production rapidly accelerated, but I think it's a great series that just needs more competent, like, objective-oriented direction. MC says they tried to make Prey 2, which was possibly one of the best trailers for a game, but that was killed. Franchise passed to another who made another Prey. Right, the more recent one, yeah? And Val says it reminds me of the sandbar striding birds that are descendants of ibises. Huh. Oh, they're walked, yeah. And Val says Kingdom Hearts is pretty great creatively, but it's just too much. It's too much from a design perspective, and nowhere near enough from an actual, like, content perspective. Like, Kingdom Hearts 3 in particular, for all of the years they were working on it, which was not 13 years, it was closer to, like, 4-ish, still should have had close to twice the amount of actual content than it did. And Val says it needs somebody to slap the director on the wrist and say, okay, you have a month to finish what you're working on, please have it done. Agreed. I think it's great for directors to have a lot of creative freedom, and restricting them with, like, really prohibitive deadlines or, like, production mandates, not just for time, but also content, is how you get, like, really bland AAA, EA, Ubisoft-style games. But having somebody on hand to, like, just steer the boat and say, okay, are we anywhere close to delivering what we said we could, is helpful. Okay, Luca, girl, where are you at? Val says they were so focused on whether they couldn't stop to wonder whether they should. Yeah, or what they could actually deliver. And also says Bethesda is awful when it comes to that stuff, but it's more or less required in moderation, right? Oh, and just now we got the Elan Captain's hat. Helm, technically, but hat sounds cuter. Lucatiel has a summon sign somewhere around here. Give me just a second and I will find out where it is. Uh-huh. Hold on. Well, she's somewhere around here. Val says, actually, this game. Souls 2 suffered from it a little as well. Miyazaki was spread way too thin and lost the view of some areas. I actually see way more of that evident in, like, crunch and rushing surrounding certain areas in Dark Souls 1. Most of the Lord Soul areas, or the areas before the Lord Soul Bearers, Crystal Cave, Tomb of the Giants, Lost Izalith especially, bear all of the trademarks of, like, crunch and, like, rush development. As MC can attest, as we were together running through all that on stream. Oh, Izalith was a complete train wreck. Tomb of the Giants was awful. Crystal Cave was very, very pretty. Looked absolutely gorgeous. Just was kind of... partially realized, is a gentle way of putting it. And, New Londo, despite being a complete and comprehensive area, was kinda bad as well, if I'm being honest. MC says there's a chest down there in the lava. Oh, I know. We just need to get some lava-resistant gear or buffs to handle it. Val says Seath's boss was the only thing that was more or less fleshed out. The archives are fantastic. That they are. And New Londo shouldn't have existed. So, it was the only area of the first game that gave me a lot of trouble, and even I won't go quite that far. Having a specific item that you use only to take down one specific enemy that only appears once in the entire game, and in a great volume, is ridiculous. Having a draw distance of next to nothing throughout the entire area is also ridiculous. But, like, the whole vibe and idea behind the area is perfectly fine. It could have been realized a lot better, I think. Where is Lucatiel's summon sign? Originally, it was just before, the boss. Like, just before. MC says New Londo's pretty interesting, but not polished. That's the perfect way of putting it. Oh, come on. We need this, A, because some help with this fight would actually be appreciated, and B, this means we don't have to bring her into another Lord Soul Bearer fight. And a fight that's actually more fun with just one player, I find. Is it back in the castle somewhere? Where could she be? Val asks, do I have the Ring of Steel Protection +1? Not yet. Apparently you need to have exhausted 3 instances of dialogue and received that before she appears here? What? Oh, that's really weird. Hold on. Oh, dear. Okay. So, apparently, she's in Earthen Peak. Like, the very, very bottom of Earthen Peak. And you know what? I'm probably not going to win, but I'm going to try this fight without her. We can do all of her quest line afterward and just summon her for the last Lord Soul fight if we want her armor set. MC says this is an issue with many RPGs. The latter parts of the game are less fleshed out because you need to appeal to the players enough to recommend the game. That's pretty true, actually. Like, third acts in RPGs tend to be kind of wonky. What was I going to say here? Right, so Smelter Demon. It's an interesting fight against basically just a really big, burly swordsman with 3 distinct phases. Oh, I know what I was going to say. MC, that is actually not the case with this game, thankfully. The end game is just about as strong as the rest of it, I would say. 3 distinct phases. It's a great big old guy. And it is durable. Very durable. Phase 1, it'll generate an aura of flame that will gradually damage you the longer you remain around it. Phase 2, it will wreath its sword in flame. Sometimes it ends that plunging attack with, oh, here it comes, Phase 3. Sometimes it'll end the plunging attack with that little short-range AoE, sometimes it will not. Ooh. This is a really cool fight, y'all. One of my favorites in the game. Yep, here it comes. Fortunately, the fire aura doesn't deal that much damage. Just enough to keep you from constantly hugging its side with no... Oh, damn! I forgot about that. Oh, dear. Well, for the first try against the Smelter Demon, that was honestly not bad. That was not bad at all. It just deals, frankly, insane damage. Fortunately, with a properly buffed katana, so do we. We've got some great discussions of design in the chat, like a lot of it. So sorry if I can't, like, read everything out, but rest assured, they're all really great thoughts. I love the Smelter Demon because it operates like a standard dual boss fight against like a standard human-sized enemy against this massive beast that has a variety of gimmicks that really differentiate it from humanoid enemies, or most standard humanoid bosses. It's got flame damage to actually penetrate a lot of the standard, like, full or high resistance armors people would have likely acquired up to this point in the game. It's got, a flame aura to keep players from just, like, circle strafing around it, which would be a way to really easily cheese something like that. It's got a cadre of these goddamn knights guarding it. There we go. Smelter Demon is actually quite easy compared to the Weeb Gauntlet added for Scholar of the First Sin. Next. At least we're gonna get plenty of souls from this, eh? Yeah, that's the best way to handle these guys. Block an attack and then follow up with a couple strong ones of your own. Ooh! Not great. We got him though. No! No! Oh, all those souls, god damn it! This is the new Londo of this particular playthrough. Done perfectly well up to this point, and then just getting steamrolled by one area. Though, to be fair, in Dark Souls 2, if you get steamrolled by one specific area, it's going to be that specific courtyard, or it's going to be an area accessible after you gain all of the Lord Souls. There's another area kind of notorious for its difficulty, and we won't be getting to it for a long, long time. I actually typically do better with that one than this one. 50,000 plus souls down the fucking drain. So, Val, can we confirm, though, the original Iron Keep was nowhere near this difficult? Or it didn't have this many guards? Val says, oh yeah, it wasn't packed to the brim with guards like a pack of sardines. Yeah. This, I'll go out on a limb and say, given that the Smelter Demon for a lot of new players is one of the hardest bosses in the game, this should not have been redesigned this way. MC says sardine is a good word for these, and Val says only a select few of the guards had bows, too, so it wasn't a huge bullshit fest. I think, originally, right, only the captains had bows. I think it was just the captains at first, and, like, there was a captain on the bridge instead of a regular knight. And Val says, if I remember right, that was the case. Yeah. It's not just me, then. This is quite ridiculous. Especially given everything else we've seen in the game so far. Everything's been remarkably fair and kind of even-handed, but this... oh god, this... But remember, a lot of the changes made here were made specifically to appease people who would not stop complaining that somehow the original game was nowhere near hard enough. Not as hard as Dark Souls 1, which, again, no. Really. Also, their aggro range is much greater than it was in the original game. I can testify to that. Val says, in my opinion, Souls 1 was only hard because of the controls and gameplay. The areas and enemies were really quite tame for the most part. By and large, until the second half of the game, like once you get the Lord Vessel, you're quite right. Here they come. I still contend there's a great deal of the fandom who hates Dark Souls 2 so much just because it's not Dark Souls 1. It's not the exact experience they got playing a Souls-like game for the very first time again, which can never be captured again. The Elan Greatbow, that's a pretty good prize. MC says, one reflection I had was how dodge roll is so different in Hand of Fate 2. You expect dodge roll to make you invulnerable, but in that game it has to do with not making contact with the weapon. Only the special attack during executions has vulnerability. That's right, it is. Seeing new players on that game is interesting because they struggle with the idea, yeah. And Val says dodge rolls are always weird in games. That's quite right. I think Kingdom Hearts is the only major series I'm aware of where you have a ridiculous dodge roll that grants you insane amounts of iframes. You're probably going to want to replace those life gems with some radiant life gems, hey. And pop on over here. And let's boost our fire defense with a small orange burr while we're at it. Alright, big guy, ready for round 2? Fortunately, it roars before every swing of its sword for a combo. Ow. Ow. Oh, that was bad luck. Alright, you're buffing, I'm healing. All is right in the world. Okay, it's not doing the shockwave yet. Always anticipate it to do that particular attack, the special AoE, when it does the diving attack. Most of the time you'll be right, and you'll be able to punish all the same. That attack's also quite punishable, if you know what you're doing. Ow, ow, are we stuck? Okay, back on the offensive. There we go. the Smelter Demon's part. AoE, yep. Heal. Good. Very good. And we got it. Second try, not too bad at all. And we get the Smelter Demon's Soul, which can be used... Let me see, MC says, ogres are hard as a common Hand of Fate 2 complaint. Oh, because their attacks have such a wide, like, kind of arc, yeah. And Val says, dodge rolls in Kingdom Hearts were so busted. It was like Enter the Gungeon, if anyone's played that. I have, in fact. There is a record, or a VOD of my first stream of Enter the Gungeon, my first time playing it, live on this channel, if you'd like to check that out. As long as you're in the air, you're completely impervious to damage. Gungeon has the excuse, I guess, of way more happening on screen at a time. Kingdom Hearts has the excuse of completely incomprehensible but really cool-looking stuff happening on the screen. Val says Shockwave happens in Phase 3 with the Fire Sword. Luckily, it's only a straight-line fissure. Yes, it's very easy to dodge, thankfully. And I was worried Brady's gonna die to greed there for a moment. No, I've reined my greed in considerably since my early days with Dark Souls. And MC says, GG, thank you very much, thank you. And ogres have a long swing, you usually dodge roll backward, not sideways or forward. Right. So what's our prize for felling the Smelter Demon? A pig shield and a bunch of flame butterflies. Not the greatest reward in the game, but we do get a nice little bonfire just perfectly situated past the BS section. And Val says, if I recall, there's a pursuer down in the pit as well. There is, so tell you what, why don't we, might as well, right? Yep, here he comes, again. Ow. Dark probably doesn't do a whole lot to you, but this pursuer does have much more health than the other ones, it appears. Ooh! Man, not my day. This one also doesn't appear to be buffed by the darkness. No, because it's performing the stab. Ooh, we totally... Damn! Not a... That also happens to be the first time the pursuers ever killed me in this game. This is just not my day. Not my day at all. Val says this pursuer was largely unchanged from Souls 2. He showed up in that game as well. Oh, I know. This was the first time he reappeared in that game, if I recall. Nope, I'm getting my souls, and then, well, why not? We'll humor you. Yeah, this pursuer is much stronger than the other ones. One, two, three. can't easily punish with a katana, or can't punish with a katana quite as easily as we could with a curved sword. That's one downside to this. And yeah, he's so resistant to dark, this thing actually deals way more damage without the buff. Oh, that's new. I don't think I've ever seen that before. One, two, just two. 1, 2, 3. We're getting him. And Val's right, he does drop something really good that we're kind of going to want. Pity his armor's so heavy, I'd really love to rock that during a given playthrough. There we go. MC says, I noticed that the people who went past the wheel challenge in Hand of Fate 2 do better at combat. Really? Like those who completed it, or those who skipped it? Oh, probably because it's the first boss with a horde of enemies. Those who completed it. I gotcha. I agree. That's a great trainer for that. And Val says, see, I use a greatsword with no shield, so I'm used to dodging like a weirdo. It's easy to learn whether to dodge or preserve stamina when you don't have a shield to fall back on. Very true. Lots of people advocate, like, the no-shield lifestyle. And I could definitely see the allure to that playstyle. It does not work for my extremely risk-averse personality. I try not to turtle, you know, as best I can. But we'll take care of this guy just for revenge really quickly. MC says, but parry, though. Yeah, parry is also good if you're not a nervous wreck like I am. And, yeah, Val says I wouldn't call it a crush to have a shield, it's just an entirely different playstyle. Very true. But with that, ladies and gents, we're going to have to call it for today. Kind of a tough stream. We did make some progress, but Iron Keep, the rework, is much harder than I expected. That said, next time we stream, whether that be tomorrow or in a couple days, we're definitely going to finish off this little area of the game, as well as tackle the next Lord Soulbearer. They're right down at the bottom of the like, same hole we found the Grave of Saints in. There's no other bosses between us and them. It's really straight shot and pretty simple. Oh, thanks so much, guys. I appreciate it. If you are so inclined, feel free to follow us in or join our Discord community, a permanent link to which can be found at the bottom of my Twitch channel's page description. If you're watching this live, thank you so much for spending your time with me this afternoon. And of course, if you're watching this as a VOD after the fact on YouTube, thank you as well. I really appreciate you all for investing so much in me and in this channel, and would love to see you live sometime. So drop into our Discord. That's where I usually post stream announcements, usually at the 11th hour, because I'm not super organized. But, oh, that's no problem, Val. I'm just happy you can join whenever you can. So again, tomorrow, I appreciate you all. Tomorrow, we will probably be back, and we will probably take on at least 2 more Lord Soulbearers. I'd be really surprised, given what I know of the next few areas, if we don't take down all 3 within as many hours, because the Old Iron King is just a stone's throw away from here. We're talking maybe less than an hour of gameplay total. And the second Lord Soulbearer, probably not even that far off. Seriously, like, down at the bottom of that hole in Majula, it's more or less right there. unfortunately, the 4th Lord Soulbearer is behind a pretty long little stretch of territory, and we might not get to that one on the same day, but we're nearing halfway through Dark Souls 2 with the DLC and all included. So, we'll see you next time. Until then, love you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.